bad.
Well, we have a lot of time to get to that possible rematch as 2024 begins, with the Iowa caucus is just now 13 days away, the first contest. Darren Shaw, professor of government at the University of Texas, member of the Fox News National Decision Team, and on the bipartisan Fox polling group. Great to talk to you. Happy New Year. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Our free 2024 Gold Investment Guide isn't just a collection of tips. It's a treasure map to possible wealth in a shifting economy. We've distilled expertise and insights into this comprehensive guide, tailored for both newcomers and veteran investors. Ride the wave of gold to unprecedented heights. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your free guide. Call 800-900-8000 now.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text SAVVY to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text SAVVY to 321321. That's SAVVY to 321321.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous, because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at help nokidhungry.org.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
It's Tuesday, January 2nd. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden returns to the White House today from St. Croix. He's facing a number of pressing issues, including an aid package for Ukraine and Israel that's been stalled in Congress. House Republicans say aid for the southern border must be part of the package. The president also the subject of an impeachment inquiry. Problems at the southern border where migrant encounters hit 302,000 in December, also an issue. Lawmakers return to work this week with a busy agenda on Capitol Hill.
The sheer load of work facing Congress this year is prodigious. In fact, it could dwarf the chaos of 2023. 2 government shutdowns stare at lawmakers in the first month alone. Talks about a border security package continued through the holidays. Illegal migration at the border surged.
Fox's Chad Pergram and the names of more than 170 people with ties to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein expected to be revealed in court documents this week. I'm Sue Guzman and the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Downtime. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, how do you make it look so easy on the court and get so many back-to-back wins?
It comes down to court domination. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, nobody works harder than Morgan & Morgan in the paint to get the wins. No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans. And without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on these houses?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
It was a happy new year for minimum wage workers in several states who are seeing jumps in their pay. In New York, as the clock ticked to 2024, the minimum wage increased to $16 in the city and some of its suburbs, up from $14.20. In California, the minimum wage jumped to $16, up from $15.50. X, formerly known as Twitter, is now worth 71% less than when Elon Musk bought it. Musk purchased the social media giant for $44 billion. Twitter and Fidelity, which was part of the investment group, not immediately responding to requests to comment from Fox Business. California will soon become one of the first states to provide free health care to all low-income immigrants living in the state illegally. Starting Monday, more than 700,000 immigrants will gain access to health coverage through the state's Medicaid program known as Medi-Cal. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Chris DeMeo, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
At the closing bell December 13th, 2023, the markets rallied after Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell said they would not raise rates and that Federal Open Market Committee members aren't anticipating the need to raise rates.
The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.6% at the end of 2024, 3.6% at the end of 2025, and 2.9% at the end of 2026.
One of the biggest effects of rate hikes so far has been on the housing market.
After picking somewhat over the summer, activity in the housing sector has flattened out and remains well below the levels of a year ago, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates.
Fox Business reporter Jeff Locke toured a just-sold house with Chicago real estate agent Rebecca Duncombe the day after Christmas. And while they acknowledge slightly lower mortgage rates, the vibe has been and still is pretty rough.
It's a very, very tough market without having enough inventory, and the prices are getting higher. It is tough.
Sounds like a lot of homes. 350,000 homes affordable this year among the listings, but last year it was almost double that. Things have gotten worse, not better.
Even so, after Powell's comments settlements as rates already started creeping down, giving some folks in real estate new hope. Katrina Campins, host of Mansion Global, told Fox Business.
You're seeing major price reductions, you're seeing a lot of incentives, and you are seeing people get off the fence and start looking for homes. But we still have very low supply. And also, Charles, the cost to buy is still 52% higher than to rent.
So what is the real estate and builder industry getting ready for? And is the housing market's sole issue interest rates, or has it been something else as well?
Yeah, I think from the housing perspective, we are now past peak mortgage interest rates.
Robert Dietz is the chief economist at the National Association of Home Builders.
Which looked like they were set roughly in late October. We saw mortgage rates approach 8%, which was a multi-decade high. It certainly priced out a lot of demand. We still lack inventory in the market, so housing affordability and construction costs are still an issue. But what we're expecting in 2024 is a pricing back in of housing demand and gains for certain kinds of housing activity, including single-family home building.
Okay, so if you Googled just the words housing market recently, one article says, a look back on the year the housing market froze over. And that was next to an article that said, experts predict housing market turnaround next year. So let's start with the frozenness. What was the frozenness of 2023, and maybe before that even, entirely attributable to rate hikes, like mortgage rates approaching, as you said, 8%, or was something else making things even more sticky? Was it inflation? Was it something else?
If we think about the resale market, I think there's two fundamental factors that kind of froze in place the market. One was short run, the really dramatic increases in interest rates that began in the first quarter of 2022 resulted in the mortgage rate lock-in effect. This is the idea that an existing homeowner who has a 2 to 3% 30-year fixed rate mortgage because of refinancing is unlikely to put their home on the market for purchase. Because
that became a meme. That became a meme, actually. If you locked in at 2 to 3%, you were like, you know, king.
Never. Yeah, you never get rid of that mortgage. So that has, in the short run, limited the amount of inventory in the market. If you look at the resale single-family inventory data, the count of homes that are on the market is about half of what it should be. Month supply is somewhat less than 4 months in a market that really needs 5 to 6 months supply. And home building is attempted to fill in some of that gap. Historically, new single-family homes have represented 10 to 15% of total inventory in the market. Right now, they're a full third of inventory in the market. Of course, there are limiting factors on how much additional housing supply that home builders can provide. The industry still faces challenges with respect to the availability of skilled labor, the availability of building lots and zoning rules, and of course, ongoing issues with building materials and even the loans that builders and land developers take out to finance their conditions. And that speaks to the second factor that limited the amount of inventory and sales in the market in 2023, which is a long-term factor, which is that we have underbuilt housing in the United States since roughly with the end of the Great Recession.
I was going to ask you about that. If we had more, because when I was in California, there was this, we talked about that all the time, that we were short anywhere from 1 to 3 million housing units, and I think that includes rental units as well.
Yes.
But nationwide, we're talking about being short a number of units. I can't seem to find a firm number. Is it anywhere from 2 to 6 million? Like, how much do we need?
So there's a variety of estimates. Our team thinks right now the country as a whole is short 1.5 million homes. That's a sum of single family and multifamily. There are certainly larger estimates out there. There's a lot of estimates that put it at 4 million, some at 5 million or higher. Just about everyone, though, agrees that we're short on housing units. And our characterization, our analysis indicates that the reason for that shortage is that from roughly 2012 until the end of 2019, the supply side factors in the home building industry, including a lack of skilled workers because the industry lost 1.5 million workers during the Great Recession. And it's not a big surprise, the combination of low supply, greater demand with historically low mortgage interest rates, and then home prices increase from 30 to 40%, not keeping up with income growth over the last few years. So that's driven housing affordability down. And this is our big policy message, which is that the only way to really tame some of these housing affordability challenges is ultimately on the supply side of the economy. Demand side policies are not going to work. We simply have to build more attainable, affordable housing, single family and multifamily, for sale and for rent.
What about zoning? Are you looking at zoning and saying, wow, this is contributing to a big part of the problem?
That's right. It is one of the policy elements. There's a large number of them, but rigid zoning laws that essentially make builders use too much land to produce a community is a big challenge. So in New England, for example, the typical lot size of a newly built single family home is almost a full acre. That's too large. So in markets where we have seen some ability to build light touch density, so this is still single family housing, it's still for sale, it still offers the dream of home ownership, but where you offer some additional ability to build with density, we have seen some improvements. A good example of that is the townhouse construction market. Right now, about 17% of single family homes that are built are townhouses. And that is a multi-decade high. And it really speaks to, a certain kind of buyer that wants to get into home ownership, wants a single family home, but is looking for a walkable neighborhood. That kind of light touch or gentle density is certainly in demand in markets that will zone for it. I think too often what we see in place, though, is one extreme or the other. Markets where you can only build single family and large lot single family, or markets where they're really trying to promote high-rise multifamily. And so that results in then the missing middle. We don't build enough duplexes, we don't build enough townhouses. The problem is in a number of markets where they have moved to make some of these zoning challenges, you still have the other underlying challenges that are limiting the amount of homes supplied to the market. So just moving the zoning rules themselves does not fix the problem.
Okay, at what point is it smarter to rent rather than buy? We've always had this debate, right? Like, are we at a place right now where it actually does make more sense to rent if you're at close to 8% mortgage rates?
I think maybe we could have had that discussion a couple of months ago, but our general take on the housing market, this has been fairly consistent in my research over the last couple decades, is that there's a time to rent and a time to buy. Typically renting is at the start of your career, particularly if you're single prior to marriage. If you expect to move in a short period of time, or you're in a high mobility job, then renting probably makes sense. And we need to ensure that the multifamily market and the single family rental market are providing an available supply of rental housing. In the long run, there are distinct social and individual level benefits to home ownership. That's clear in the literature. It helps communities that have high home ownership rates. It helps wealth accumulation, health outcomes, and education outcomes. We think by the end of next year, the typical 30-year fixed rate mortgage is going to be around or just under 6.5%. And that means housing affordability conditions are improving. And so this is a market opportunity, given your career circumstances and where your income levels are, to maybe explore the market in a little bit more detail.
It's interesting. I got one more for you that's like, I think we kind of touched on it, but the notion of converting retail, converting commercial, because what are you hearing about this empty commercial space? What can you do with it, especially as we talked about with zoning? I mean, what are you supposed to do there? You'd have to change a lot of rules, regulations, and laws to convert retail or commercial space into residential, I imagine.
Converting high-rise office buildings in the largest metropolitan areas is a very difficult task in terms of converting those buildings over to residential. I think all you need to do is look at Google Maps, and you can kind of identify what is an office building versus what's a residential building. Residential buildings tend to have a non-cube type shape because when you have an apartment, whether it's owned or rented, it's got to have windows. It's got to have different kinds of building systems. So you can't just simply take an existing office building and quickly convert it as is into a residential building. It's very expensive. It takes a long time, requires code changes and building code type changes. But there is a great opportunity here if we're talking about more medium density real estate markets and converting those to residential. So, for example, a shopping mall that's gone vacant, with public support and appropriate changes in zoning, you can easily imagine how a shopping mall could be torn down, and then the footprint of that real estate converted over to an urban village that has townhouses, low-rise multifamily, and then commercial buildings in the middle, grocery stores, theaters.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Robert Dietz, Chief Economist at the National Association of Home Builders, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. Good to join you. Happy holidays.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in May 2023.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. It is a race against time in Japan to find victims of a series of powerful earthquakes. At least 48 people were killed Monday in those earthquakes. That included one that registered 7.6. Multiple buildings collapsing, leaving people trapped. The earthquakes also prompting tsunami warnings that has since been lifted. South Korean opposition leader Jae Myung was stabbed in the neck by an unidentified attacker during a visit to the southern port city of Busan Tuesday. He narrowly lost the 2022 election. They say he was conscious when taken to a local hospital for treatment. And Israel says it's withdrawing thousands of troops from Gaza Strip over the next several weeks as the fighting continues. Overnight strikes killing a Hamas commander. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The college football championship is set. It'll be Michigan and Washington facing off in Houston next Monday night. The top-ranked Wolverines went to overtime to beat number 4 Alabama 27-20 in the Rose Bowl. In the Sugar Bowl, number 2 Washington withstood a wild Texas comeback to win 37-31. Michael Penix Jr. threw for 430 yards and 2 touchdowns. In the NFL, Dolphins edge rusher Bradley Chubb is done for the year after tearing his ACL in Sunday's blowout loss to the Ravens. And the Purdue men and South Carolina women stay number 1 in the latest AP college basketball top 25s. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Today's media is ad-libs. You just use a different adjective or verb and you just write in the open blanks on the headline and the story and then repost the same crap over and over and over again. What does all this become? Sports it should be the playground of life. I don't care going to a stadium who I'm sitting next to. Far too many people now are trying to push a narrative that I should care who I'm sitting next to. I don't, because it's the game. We have that and a concert where I highly doubt people on the left or the right really listen to the lyrics that they find catchy in a song nowadays. That's about all you can do is a concert or a game. And for what some players have done off the field, if they're good on the field, by God, we're going to stand up and cheer. That's just what happens. Those are the only 2 places where you don't care. I hope we can keep it that way instead of covering a reaction to a shot of a fan in the stands. From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
At least 48 dead and thousands of homes destroyed in western Japan after a devastating series of earthquakes. Israel's military withdrawing thousands of troops from the Gaza Strip, signaling a new phase of their offensive. And Philly welcomes its 100th mayor, with Terrell Parker swearing in today.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The recent collapses of some of America's largest banks could be devastating for small businesses needing financing. But Swish Funding is there with the funds you need for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, and slow cash flow. If you have at least $25,000 in monthly revenue and have been in business for at least a year, we're ready to help with funding from $5,000 to $5 million with no collateral or personal guarantee needed. Applying takes just minutes with funds in your bank account within 24 hours. Go to swishradio.com. That's SWISH radio.com.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Liz Peek. What's on your mind?
Democrats are marching through various stages of grief as they contemplate President Joe Biden running for re-election in 2024. They have variously been hopeful, worried, frantic, and now they're getting downright angry. Far-left columnist Harold Meyerson, editor of the liberal magazine American Prospect, is furious that more Democrats have not jumped into the race. His latest piece asks, are the Democrats sleepwalking to disaster? The former Washington Post writer says Biden has been an excellent president, but is concerned that he is the candidate least able to defeat Donald Trump. Those are his words. Meyerson is certainly not alone. A rising chorus of Democrat voices are urging Biden to step aside, including now, apparently, Barack Obama. The question is, who might replace Biden? Meyerson lofts Gavin Newsom as a possibility, but notes that the California governor, quote, lacks appeal to working-class voters. He also throws Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer into the mix, but supposes she would face misogynistic hurdles, deploying one of Hillary Clinton's many excuses for losing in 2016. He totally ignores Vice President Kamala Harris, as do most commentators, even though tossing her aside could be risky for Democrats. For months, Newsom has been the favored candidate of elite liberals. He's reliably progressive, telegenic, and has been running a stealth campaign to introduce himself to American voters. Unfortunately for Newsom backers, the governor is slip-sliding towards oblivion. If Newsom falls appropriately by the wayside, could Governor Gretchen Whitmer be up next? Unlike Newsom, she represents an important swing state, and her favorability ratings in Michigan are better than the president's. Politico reports that Democrats outside of Michigan have encouraged her to run, including members of the Congressional Black Caucus. Also, a female candidate could help Democrats next year keep the focus on abortion. Polling shows Whitmer competing against Donald Trump more successfully than Biden, Harris, or Newsom. Harris, of course, is the obvious replacement should Biden bow out. But her approval ratings are even worse than the president's, despite numerous efforts by her team and the White House to gin up support. Newsom, Whitmer, and Harris are all likely contenders should Biden withdraw from the race. Given their likely electability, Joe may be forgiven for staying put. This is Liz Peek, Fox News contributor.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Dom Giordano.
Hey, Paul, good afternoon.
You're crying about inflation. When was the last time minimum wage has been raised to catch up with inflation?
You're perfectly fine. Do you and your wife both do the shopping together? You're perfectly fine with what things cost because they're not going to go down anytime soon.
Unless you have coupons. It's not rocket science, Don.
Oh, it is. So how about the blueberries? So I should just ration the amount of blueberries I eat each week, right?
Count them up.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The number of electric vehicle models eligible for a $7,500 consumer tax credit fell sharply as new rules from the Biden administration kicked in yesterday. The number of qualifying models fell to 13 from about 24. The new list excludes vehicles that use certain Chinese-made parts. The Treasury Department says companies are adjusting supply chains to ensure buyers are eligible for the vehicle credit. Office buildings in the U.S. are facing a debt time bomb. According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, about $117 billion worth of loans on office buildings is expected to be due this year and needs to be repaid or refinanced. The Daily Mail says owners of office space around the country took out loans when interest rates were half what they are now, and they may not be able to refinance them at higher ones. As for Wall Street to start the new year, stock futures are pointing lower after a winning 2023 for the big averages. Steve Potisk, Bloomberg Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-591-6324. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-591-6324. That's 800-591-6324. Again, 800-591-6324.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number, Twitter and Instagram. The radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Don Stenslin with the news. Anthony Dorenzo in for Greg Stocker this morning. Phil Almquist is our associate producer handling all the video. And the star of the show, Don Stenslin, fresh off of hosting the Mummers. Flawlessly, I may add, yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
You've got to be exhausted.
Yeah.
No, it was, you know what? We got there just before 6 in the morning. I think we left around 6 p.m. And it felt like
In and out?
In and out.
Really?
It flies because there's so much going on. There's so much to see.
Mm-hmm.
So it was honest to God, it was exhilarating.
Okay. You guys looked great.
It was wonderful.
Sounded
Thank you.
great. I know there was, I guess, drama.
A little drama. I think for a major city to have a major parade with, they say 15,000 people plus.
Yeah.
In a major city in anywhere in America or the world to have, I mean, what really happened as far as, it was a good look for Philadelphia. We were on full display. I think our city looked beautiful. The parade looked beautiful.
Yep.
Right? Overall,
Yep.
I thought it was tremendous for Philadelphia.
I thought it was a pretty much close to a flawless day across the board yesterday. So it was good to watch you and Larry up there doing your thing. And so you're saying it goes by quick, and I'm thinking you guys have almost 8 hours of live camera time to fill, right? I mean, it's technically 9 to 5 is the broadcast.
Yeah, and so but there's so much going on.
Yeah,
and it's constant. And then we're right by City Hall, so that everybody's coming up, right behind us, and there's just so much activity.
Pretty wild.
Lorenzo's
in for Stocker this morning because Stocker's got the flu. He's like Vincent Gambini and my cousin Vinny. The whole store's got the flu.
Yeah, I got some practice last week, though. So
you did?
Yeah, I'm back.
So Stocker will be back with us in March.
I know. It's poor Craig.
Poor guy. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to this morning. A big take to kind of set up what is on tap for the year as we are now officially in an election year. Also, we got to get to a lot of stuff that transpired, some of the big stuff over the last 10 days that we were out. From Colorado to Maine to Michigan to California. That is in regards to Donald Trump and the ballot. And then also, Nikki Haley had a rough holiday stretch. We will delve into what she said and what she did not say as we continue this morning. Also, Donald Trump with an exclusive with Breitbart, and he's got some thoughts as to who it will not be on the Democratic side of things in 2024. So looking forward to all of that. We've got a loaded cut sheet. Harry Mays will join us at 9:30 to recap that god-awful Eagles performance over the weekend. My goodness. All right, but let's get to the news. We have a lot of it. Round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Tuesday morning, January 2nd. And here we are in a brand new year. Happy New Year 2024. We're sponsored by COSA. So in the news today, a big day, an historic day for Philadelphia for a new mayor and a new look as Inauguration Day takes effect. Sherelle Parker becomes Philadelphia's 100th mayor. However, there are reports that Sherelle Parker was actually sworn in as mayor of Philadelphia yesterday, a day before her formal inauguration. So the swearing in reportedly happened just after midnight, New Year's Day. So the term of Jim Kenney as mayor ended officially Sunday, December 31st, New Year's Eve. Parker's inauguration obviously is not being officially held, publicly held, until today, Tuesday, January 2nd, in part because of the Mummers Day parade at City Hall. So a lot of times the tradition is that they'll push that off. But apparently, reportedly, now Joe Grace, Parker's communications director, says that the swearing in was a normal legal procedure, so there's no gap in office. So it's kind of, this is how I view this. Let's say, when you're getting married in church, right?
Yep.
But you have to go to City Hall to get a marriage license.
Right.
You might get the marriage license a couple of days or a week ahead of time, right? So officially you were married, officially with your licensing and the law on one day, but you consider your wedding day to be the one, in
Correct.
church, in synagogue, etc.
Yes. And unfortunately, these marriage licenses do not expire, like a driver's license.
See, you're saying government should get out of marriage completely.
I agree. Stay out of it.
So, there's a lot of hoopla around this. All the stations are going to be covering this. She's Philadelphia's 100th mayor, as I said, but making history because she becomes the first woman to ever hold the position of mayor. So certainly a familiar face here in Philadelphia. She's been around in city council and city politics for a very long time. But her inauguration set to take place during a session of city council held at the Met, North Broad Street, and that session starts 10 a.m. this morning. She's 51 years old, former councilwoman, recently named several key members of her new administration, and she vows to make Philadelphia the safest, the cleanest, the greenest big city in our nation, and providing access to economic opportunities for all, jobs.
Okay. I'll believe. I would like to see her come through on the safest part. Beggars can't be choosers. We know it's 7-1 in this city. Registered Dems versus Republicans. It's been 242,000 years since a Republican controlled Philadelphia. But if she can make it safer, it's a small step in the right direction. I'll take it.
Yes, and Mayor Jim Kenney had given his final thanks to Philadelphians on his last day. I don't know.
I think he's coming. He's going to join Dom right out of the gate today at 12 o'clock.
Could you imagine?
So he said it was a privilege of a lifetime, thanking all Philadelphians on his last day as mayor, saying it was an honor and a privilege of a lifetime to serve as the mayor of the great city of Philadelphia. Thank you, he said, for the opportunity and for all you do for Philadelphia's members of our community.
There's so much I could say, but I'll let you keep going.
I know.
One of the edgy performances by the Mummers, they actually showed a scene of a toilet flushing. They called it the Philly Flush, PHLUSH.
Yep.
And showed a big, kind of like the emoji that's the poopy emoji being flushed.
It's a nice PG way to describe it.
And I was trying to be diplomatic because we're on television to a broader audience. So I said, well, in Philadelphia, we're sarcastic and they're supposed to be sarcastic. And Jim Kenney's, he's from here. He knows.
Oh, yeah.
He's from South Philadelphia. But, yeah, it was pretty like, ouch.
Yeah. I'm from South Philadelphia as well.
So a lot of fun to be had. I know we'll talk about the Mummers, Jim Kenney, all of that. But he was signing off, and he said good night and Happy New Year.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot with Fetterman over the holiday season, isn't there?
I saw that.
I'll take you, there's so much that happened while we were gone, but there was a deadly fiery crash happening outside an entertainment venue. This happened in New York State, early New Year's Day, being investigated now as possible terrorism. So law enforcement saying that 2 people were killed, 5 others injured after that Ford Expedition struck a Mitsubishi Outlander and was exiting a parking lot near the Kodak Center in Rochester. That's according to police there. So they're saying that they're looking at this as a possible act of terrorism. So we'll continue to follow that one. That one's very concerning, obviously. A New Jersey couple is making national news right now because their twins were born over New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, which means different day, different year.
Oh, no. One before
Twins.
midnight and one after.
Yes.
Wow.
So I thought you as a dad of twin daughters, right?
Yes.
Eve and Billy Humphrey of Merchantville, New Jersey, caught off guard when, they were expecting twin boys and they were excited to have twins. They knew they were due actually at the end of January, but Evie's water broke on New Year's Eve, right on Billy's birthday, by the way. Yeah. So in any event, their children, their little boys, one born New Year's Eve at 11:48 p.m., 6 pounds, and then the other little boy born on New Year's Day.
How about that?
So kind of cool.
Yeah, I think my daughters were technically 9 minutes apart, and they were close to the midnight deadline. It was like 11:42 and 11:51.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that could have been you too.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's a lot of, people are having fun with that one as far as twins on a different day. It's a great story. But the good news here, the babies, mommy, daddy, they're all doing great. So Happy New Year to them. And, well, they'll get some sleep in maybe, 3 years.
Yeah, or 18 years.
I will say, and our poor Craig Stocker, and we hope he's well soon, he's the flu.
Yeah.
But there are all these alerts that are out now with health administrations saying, watch out, post-holiday season, this year's a pretty bad one for the flu and these upper respiratory illnesses.
I've actually got like this post-nasal thing going on where I feel like I've got a faucet running down the back of my throat. I don't know if I sound nasally or raspy, but I could feel it. I could feel it this morning when I woke up. I was like, ugh.
Oh, my goodness.
Go for a cup of tea right now or something.
We'll have to bring you some tea, definitely.
Yeah. All right.
If you have questions about aging, the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, or COSA, can point you in the right direction. To see how COSA can help you or a loved one, visit delcosa.org, COSA, supported by Delaware County Council. And the forecast right now, AccuWeather forecast, looking much like we saw yesterday. 46 degrees, partly sunny, partly cloudy skies. So a little bit of a boring, same forecast, typical January forecast. Right now we're at 33 degrees. So we do warm up to 46 degrees. That's your forecast. And this is Kayal and Company News Live, first newscast of the new year, Nick.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. 6:14, Tuesday morning, January 2nd, the first big take of 2024.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, 2024, an election year and a year of reckoning. Please remain seated with seatbelts buckled. We have turbulence right ahead. 2024 shaping up to be a wild election year. So what's real? What's misinformation? What's disinformation? What's fear-mongering? Every which way you turn, people are preparing for doom and gloom and how 2024 could very well shape the future of America and perhaps the globe. A presidential election of a lifetime with an unprecedented backdrop, fears of World War III, a market crash that could equal the Great Depression, a stampede at the southern border. It's all valid. It's all on full display. And have you ever heard of a black swan event? It's described as, quote, an unpredictable event that is beyond what is normally expected of a situation and has potentially severe consequences. A black swan event is exactly what CBS's Catherine Herridge is predicting. Listen to what she said on Face the Nation on Sunday. Listen and watch.
Well, mine's a little dark. I just feel a lot of concern that 2024 may be the year of a black swan event. This is a national security event with high impact that's very hard to predict. There are a number of concerns that I have that factor into that. Not only this sort of enduring heightened threat level that we're facing, the wars in Israel, also Ukraine. And we're so divided in this country in ways that we haven't seen before. And I think that just creates fertile ground for our adversaries like North Korea, China, and Iran. And that's what concerns me most.
So what is she predicting here? Did she say the quiet part out loud? Does it refer to Joe Biden or Donald Trump? Is it a civil war here in the United States of America? Is it a terror attack from Hamas? An attack from Russia, China, Iran, North Korea? Seems a bit cryptic, but that was Catherine Herridge of CBS. And it all starts right now as we officially launch into 2024 and the race is on for the 2024 presidential election. Over the last 11 days, we've seen Donald Trump come under attack from state after state in a third world banana republic attempt to remove him from multiple state ballots. First, we had Colorado, which we discussed here on Thursday, December 21st, before we broke for the holiday. And then Colorado decided to change course and put Trump back on the ballot after an appeal. Michigan tried to do the same thing, but it was rejected. Gavin Newsom stood up for Donald Trump in a way, saying, we don't do things like this in California. We beat candidates at the ballot. And now Maine has joined the party as they have gone after Trump to remove him as well. All under the guise of Trump is a threat to democracy. Seems to me that trying to remove your chief political rival, who is crushing you in the polls right now, is the true threat to democracy. Kayal is a retired Navy captain who is running for Senate as a Republican in Virginia. I want to play you this video as he gives, I believe, one of the most simplistic messages possible when it comes down to Trump against Biden. And these are the types of messages that the GOP should be running. Listen and watch this.
I'm Kayal, retired Navy captain and candidate for U.S. Senate. This presidential election will see the last two presidents running against each other. The choice is clearer than ever. So let's do what any logical person would do. Evaluate the record of each man when he was in office. That's basic common sense. In 2016, when I reported to the Pentagon, I was counting every bomb, every missile, and every torpedo for an imminent war with North Korea. Then Donald Trump was elected, and he pulled us back from the brink. We had peace. Under his watch, Afghanistan was stable. I know because I returned from my final deployment in Afghanistan on January 5th, 2021. But then Joe Biden entered the White House, and months later we had a disastrous withdrawal. 11 Marines, 1 sailor, and 1 soldier were murdered. Americans were left behind. Allies were abandoned. Today, we have wars in Europe and the Middle East. China is ready to invade Taiwan. With Joe Biden in the White House, the world is burning. Under President Trump, it was our economy that was on fire. Life was more affordable. You could buy a house. Groceries were cheaper. We were energy independent, and our border was secure. Under Joe Biden, 8 million illegal immigrants have poured into our country. That's the population of the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I ask you this. In 20 years, when you're explaining to your grandkids what happened, will you tell them you voted to make America safer and stronger? Or will you tell them you voted for Joe Biden even though he wrecked our country because you were offended by a mean tweet? Will they even know what a tweet was? For my grandkids and yours, I'm voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for America. It's basic common sense. I'm Hung Kayal, and I approve this message.
There you have it. Basic common sense. You stack up the two candidates, you look at the basic issues that matter and the metrics of both guys. Sheer logic says that Donald Trump is the far better option. And we're coming up on 2 years of the Russia-Ukraine war with no end goal in sight. Just more money going to Zelensky. We had more pro-Palestinian protests over the holidays in big cities that quite frankly looked like mini riots. And just recently, Chairman Xi of China told Joe Biden that he plans to take Taiwan by any means necessary. And then here in America, what about our economy? Economist Harry Dent told Fox News over the holidays, quote, "I think 2024 is going to be the single biggest crash year we'll see in our lifetimes," end quote. Dent went on to say, quote, "Since 2009, this has been 100% artificial. Unprecedented money printing and deficits, $27 trillion over 15 years, to be exact. This is off the charts, 100% artificial, which means we are in a dangerous state. A dangerous state indeed. An economy that could tank at any moment, an election fueled by scandals, court cases, and politicized prosecutions, conflict and war between two nations, and multiple nations at that matter, and a southern border that just saw over 300,000 illegal migrants cross over in the month of December alone. And the latest headline being, quote, "The Justice Department threatens to sue Texas if it enforces a law making illegal border entry a state crime." I want you to think about that headline for a moment. Our own federal government wants to sue a state for having the audacity to enforce the law that makes illegal entry a crime. You can't make this stuff up. And then lastly, General Mike Flynn, who served under Trump as U.S. National Security Advisor, tweeted the following over the holidays. "In 2024, we will likely see the climax to a number of current dangerous ideas, events, and forces, which finally will either overwhelm us or be addressed and remedied. Incredibly, no one in the current administration has even tried to explain to Americans why millions of illegal aliens are exempt from vaccine mandates, background checks, and adherence to the law that is demanded of U.S. citizens and legal immigrants. Our institutions, especially academia, are bankrupt and corrupt. Our justice system no longer holds the trust of the American people. Our military is the smallest and weakest it's been in decades. Our election system and processes are broken and corrupted by so many self-serving politicians on both sides. We, the people, need to awaken from our complacency and stand up and speak out by getting involved in our communities like never before." Seems like a fair statement to make, and one that is quite accurate. But 2024 is upon us. I suggest you buckle up and get ready for a wild ride. It's not going to slow down anytime soon. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, your thoughts and reactions, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 is the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT, or, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the show today. We'll come back and get Dawn and Anthony's reaction to all of what has been laid out in the big take for 2024, and then we'll try to make sense of everything that transpired over the holidays with Trump and the ballots, and also a rough final days of December for Nikki Haley, as she hasn't done quite well lately. We'll get into those stories as we continue. Off and running live for the first time in 2024. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zioli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
6:29. Welcome back in. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live here on this Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Anthony Dorenzo is in for Greg Stocker, who's out this morning. He's got the flu. He could be back at any point this week. Could be working remotely. Could be back in the studio. We get the text yesterday on New Year's Day. Stocker's like, "I've got the flu. Fun times."
I bring it.
I bring it. Yes. He could be out for the next 4 or 5 days because that's how long he'll be contagious for, according to Greg Stocker in his little medical breakdown he gave us yesterday. Good to have everybody in as we continue this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. You know, as we roll the calendar over, here we are. It's January 2nd, 2024. And I was actually pretty good for the most part over the holidays. I think the boss would be proud. There was about a 4-day stretch where I stayed off of Twitter, and then I got back in. I had to keep poking my nose in there and see what was going on because there was so much stuff that was breaking and developing with, Donald Trump over the last 10 or 11 days, and then Nikki Haley had her mistake with the Civil War and slavery. We'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. But as I wanted to kind of formulate a big take that would kind of set up the election year, and I found all sorts of different little tidbits that you heard there. One guy who's running for Senate in Virginia as a Republican, and we laid you that little message, his little campaign message out in the big take. And then also you heard from Harry Dent, who's an economist, and he was on Fox News predicting doom and gloom for the market in 2024. And I know, Dawn, you always do a great job of keeping us updated with what the Fed's looking at and what they're trying to do and whether they're going to raise interest rates. So I threw up a poll question on Twitter, and I'm just curious from the audience as well as everybody on the show, is there one issue that you're paying attention to the most or that matters the most to you as we enter this election year? I threw up the options on the poll question at 1210 WPHT. The economy, crime and or the border, World War III, or election integrity. And right now, actually, surprisingly, crime and the border leads the way ahead of the economy, ahead of election integrity, ahead of World War III. I got to tell you, for me personally, and I know maybe everybody's answer will be different, for me, it's the economy. I mean, at the end of the day, because that's the thing that I think hits each and every one of us directly in the face on a daily basis.
On YouTube, election integrity is number one at 38%, crime in the border at 31%, and economy at 23%. World War III is at 8%.
Okay. So the rich people reside on YouTube.
Yeah, I guess
the rest of us,
I guess so.
The rest of us schlubs just stick to the radio and listen on 1210 WPHT or on the Odyssey app. For me, it's the economy, because I did some of the math over the last day or two, Dawn, and I'm like, looking at all the costs of because Santa Claus left the receipt, right? Yeah, Santa said, hey, by the way, in another couple of weeks, that bill's going to come due at the end of January because Santa doesn't work for free. Oh, we have Dawn. Dawn's mic's off, Anthony. We got Dawn there?
Am I there now?
There she is. There she is.
Yeah, my mic on.
Lorenzo would have heard you if he actually wore his headphones while he was producing.
I know. Exactly. Put your headphones on. No, I think it's the old, James Carville statement. It's about the economy, stupid. But I do think that, you brought up a good point in your big take, and that is, the soundbite where we think about millions, and I think 8 million illegal folks coming into this country is probably a modest number.
Mm-hmm.
and the size of an entire state within our great United States of America, who pays for that?
Right.
And some of it's humanitarian relief because you have folks coming over with health issues. And by the way, nobody's checking their vaccination card.
I know.
And so seriously, what illnesses do they carry? What diseases they're coming from all over the world.
That's what Flynn said in that tweet that I read.
Right.
Yeah, talking about all those issues.
So you think about that. How does that impact an already struggling economy post-pandemic? And the Fed has said that they thought that things were, as far as cooling off with the hot inflation, they created the mess, this administration.
Right.
Talk to any expert on the economy, right? Inflation is man-made, so-called administration-made.
Yep.
And so I think they've made the mistakes. They've made the bed. We have to sleep in it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way it works. And, I don't watch the Sunday shows. I let that to Stalker. Stalker will always have the cuts for the cut sheet coming off of a weekend. But I did see the video clip of Catherine Herridge, and I know she used to be at Fox, correct? And then CBS plucked her away?
Yes, she's highly respected. She has great sources.
Right.
This was one of those roundtables where they say, what's your prediction for the new year? Kind of like, on the 5, Fox does that. But a lot of the Sunday shows, especially, obviously, when you're talking about New Year's.
Yeah.
And so that's the context of that, comment that she's making.
Do you think she was just spitballing, or do you think you say she's got sources. That was pretty, I never even heard, to be honest, I'm being dead honest, I never heard of what a black swan event. I had to Google it, to be honest.
DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo, yeah.
No, I think that, first of all, I don't think she spitballs. She's somebody who is widely respected, has good sources. To me, what she was speaking about or thinking about, even though she did not elaborate, was, remember, even before the attack on Israel happened, and remember when there was that turnabout with the Biden administration, when they came out and it shocked everybody and said, we've got a real problem at the border, and a terrorist attack or some kind of attack is imminent. That's what I believe because remember, her sources were Pentagon sources mainly and military sources. So that's where I'm thinking she's going. But, when you talk about a black swan event, isn't that the pandemic? Haven't we already been through that?
I would like to think we could actually get through this year with, nothing of, epic proportions happening. And that's why I asked in the big take, why that was so cryptic, what exactly she was referring to and what it could be. The Road Warrior, our buddy, checks in on Twitter, and he says Herridge is floating that swan based on something she was told. Road Warrior says there's going to be an assassination attempt. It'll be blamed on Russia, which conveniently plays into all of their narratives. The deep state is stuck between the tip of a sword and a wall. I don't think there will be an assassination attempt because, one, it would be way too obvious because we know how hell-bent they are on getting Trump out of the political arena. So I don't think they would ever try to do that because no one would believe that it was just some random nut job. But to me, I don't think it would be the pandemic. I'm hoping it's not something World War III-esque because I just said in the big take too, and I think this got lost in translation over the holidays. Xi told Biden that he's taking Taiwan back by any means necessary. And remember, Joe and Kamala both had said, don't do it. Yeah. Don't. Like that stern warning, Xi, don't. And we're just going to say one word, and that's all we need to say on it. But, we've got Israel and Hamas going at it. We've got Russia, Ukraine. We're going to be coming up on 2 years in another 7 weeks? That started, late February of 2022? So we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of that. And it's just like every which way you turn, you could sit there and make a strong case for the economy collapsing, World War III, and every other thing on down the list that we talked about. 302,000 people just crossed the border again for December. Another record. They're coming. It's literally a foreign invasion stampede right now at our southern border. And this administration just seems completely content to allow it all to unfold before our very eyes. 855-839-1210. All right, we have to get to Trump. This was a very, very, and we'll try to do it chronologically because I think it was, Dawn, you and Greg were off after the Tuesday. I think it was the 19th or
Yes.
the 20th?
Yeah, it was the 19th, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And it was Mary and myself Wednesday and Thursday before we broke. And the news came down that Wednesday night that Trump had been taken off of the Colorado ballot. So we'll go through this kind of in sequential order, so to speak. But I thought the overall statement from one former senior advisor to Barack Obama, David Axelrod, we've played you his clips on the cut sheet before. And keep in mind, this is a former advisor to a Democrat. Axelrod warns fellow Democrats that keeping Trump off the ballot will rip the country apart. The statement by David Axelrod, former senior advisor to Barack Obama, highlights a major issue for the Biden campaign. If Trump is kept off the ballot, it could potentially, quote, rip the country apart, as it may be perceived as an attack on democracy and could further polarize an already polarizing election season. Well, there's no question of whether or not it could be perceived as an attack on democracy. It is an attack on democracy. You can't sit here and say Trump's a threat to democracy and then be the current incumbent and sit back and watch state after state after state try to take Trump off the ballot. So if you were maybe checked out for the holidays, maybe you were traveling or whatever, and you don't know everything, we'll give you some of the cliff notes here, and then we'll get some thoughts and reaction. So Colorado pulls Trump off of the ballot. Then they decide to put him back on while the ruling is appealed. Then we go to Michigan as the state of Michigan attempts to do the same thing, but the Supreme Court of Michigan rejects the notion. So Donald Trump will stay on the ballot there in Michigan, which brings us to the state of Maine as they decide to yank him off of the ballot. And if you've seen the picture of the Secretary of State, Shenna Bellows, she's all over social media, pictures of her hugging Joe Biden and Barack Obama, picture of her wearing a mask. She's probably quadruple vaxxed. She probably hates Donald Trump with an undying passion. So that goes to Maine. And then California was trying to do the same thing. And Gavin Newsom, I'll at least give him an ounce of credit as he comes out and pretty much blasts the state for trying to do the same thing that these other states have attempted to do, saying we defeat candidates at the polls. He says, quote, there is no doubt that Donald Trump is a threat to our liberties and even to our democracy, which is laughable in its own right. But he does go on to say, but in California, we defeat candidates at the polls. Dawn, I don't think you've had a chance to react to any of this since you were on vacation for the holidays, but this is legitimately what they do in third world banana republics. I hate using that phrase because everybody in conservative media is using it ad nauseum, but it's absolutely correct. And some of these other states, they are sitting back and saying, all right, now it's our turn to try it. 14th Amendment, Article 3, insurrection. And I got to believe that this is going to get shot down at every which way we go Supreme Court wise.
You know, part of this is so Maine and Colorado, they think that they can ban a former president who's the leading contender against the current president, a current presidential candidate. And so here's my problem as a child of the media, if you will, is the media is, get out my Game of Thrones, shame. Mm-hmm. Back in the day, this kind of idiocy, an editor would come out in the newsroom, whether you work for print media, television, radio, whatever broadcast, and an old curmudgeon, editor would come out in the newsroom and say, this is idiocy. Mm-hmm. And let's look at this. Let's really look at this. And the idiot in Shenna Bellows, who you mentioned,
yep.
She comes out and says, well, we're looking at the insurrection clause in our state. Who's been convicted of insurrection? Right. What did he do to commit an insurrection? Maybe you didn't like what he said, mm-hmm. but guess what? We have this little thing called the First Amendment.
Yes.
The media, the way that they report this in a way, here's the latest. Well, and take David Muir. Yeah. Here's the latest, and Donald Trump, and this has to make its way through the courts. The way they take it seriously, this is idiocy.
Well, the most asinine
part of all
That's
the threat to democracy, Nick.
Oh, totally agree. Right? The biggest joke of it all, though, is if Merrick Garland and Jack Smith do not charge Donald Trump with insurrection, which they have not, And don't you think if, like, we know Jack Smith has it out for Trump. Like, Jack Smith would love nothing more than to charge Donald Trump with insurrection. But they haven't even charged him with insurrection. So I sit there and I look at all these other different states with their interpretation of the 14th Amendment and so forth, all the different nuanced verbiage of it. Like, if it's not a charge at the highest of levels in these court cases, you really think you're going to get this through in your own state and get him yanked? No, because Trump and his legal team will appeal. It'll go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is packed with conservative justices, and they are going to shoot it down and kick it right back.
But I hope that it's not because they're necessarily conservative. I hope that they don't.
Well, yeah.
I don't want any court to do something because they lean left or right.
Right.
I actually, I was talking to my kids, of all people, about this country and these words threats to democracy, and one of my sons, out of the mouths of babes, right, said, it's kind of crazy what we've done in this country. When you think of we're capitalists, you think of our nation, all these people from all over the world are here, have come to this country, building this country. You look at the history of it; it should be a hot, chaotic mess.
Mm-hmm.
But not for the Constitution of the United States. And that's what we should take seriously.
Right.
That's what we should not allow anybody to mess with.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they're messing with, to me, when they say a threat to democracy, the threat to democracy is anybody taking all of this seriously. It's like the old Chris Rock joke, where he said, Tiger is going to be going to go Tiger, going to be Tiger.
Yep.
A Democrat or a Republican, a partisan, guess what?
Yeah.
Their only goal in life is to win the next election, fundraise for the next election, and win it. That's it. That's all they're trying to do.
And all these desperate legal theories, these unproven theories. Jonathan Turley from Fox has laid it out so well. Not only here with the ballots, but when we went back to, the Alvin Bragg case where he tried to bootstrap a misdemeanor to a felony to reactivate the statute of limitations because that clock had expired. You're seeing all these fringe legal theories that have hardly ever been tested. And they're like, you know what? Now's a great time to try it out on Donald Trump because we're scared that the orange man could beat Joe Biden in a re-election bid in 2024. Mm-hmm. It's so obvious to anybody. If you remove any, and you're right, it shouldn't matter if SCOTUS leans right or left. It should be based on the Constitution, the interpretation of it, the law, and everything objectively. What do we always say? Lady Justice is blind, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason why we say that. And the only thing that should matter are the facts. But obviously with Trump, facts be damned. It's all about feelings and an agenda and a political prosecution and persecution. So pretty wild. But I'm sure we'll see more states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, on down the list. I don't think these types of things will be going away.
I hope that we don't see it here. I don't know that we'll see it here in Pennsylvania, to be honest. And so I would be proud of that if they just said, let the people decide. But, in a way, it's politics is the new ism, because we know that, racism is a sin. It's illegal. It's bad. And sexism, it's bad. The Me Too movement, etc. But the one thing people are allowed to do is they're allowed to basically be prejudiced against somebody based upon your politics, right?
Yep.
It's the new ism.
That's right.
I'd go even further. I feel like it's the new religion. No, I mean, religion becomes less and less prominent. People use that as their most identifying quality. And if you don't agree with them, it's this whole problem. Or even when I grew up, or, when most people grew up, it seems like, we respected one another, no matter what your religion was.
Well, what happened yesterday at the Mummer? Somebody had a Trump flag or a Trump sign, and then some liberal just yanked it down?
Yeah, so they had it, we saw it. We didn't show it because we're trying not to be, it's a Mummers parade. Right. And so one flag, one symbol should not represent everybody else. But yeah, they had a Trump flag. They have a right. Whoever waved that flag. To me, I thought when I first saw a flag, a flag could be a lot of things. Mm-hmm. So to me, I think, oh, thank God. It's just, if it was a Biden flag, nobody would have cared, but it's a Trump flag, right? So it goes through. Nobody really says much. There were cheers, a lot of the crowd applauding, etc. But then I don't know, was this outside the Union League? Because that's where the parade route, in any event. So a woman goes over and grabs at the flag and tries to yank it away. And there was a scuffle. There were no serious injuries, nothing of that accord. But I would just ask you, what if that flag was a Biden flag?
Oh.
What if that flag was a BLM flag?
Angry MAGA extremists. Did they have red hats on when they yanked that flag away from the liberal?
So the guy, and there were the good part to me watching the video was that the guy was angry, and there were words, shouted, and there were other people who were dressed as, obviously they had been in the parade at some point, and they were mummers, and so the other group was pulling this one individual away.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, good.
Right.
That was good. Get him out of there. Diffuse the situation.
Sure. All right. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. We'll come back, put a bow on the first hour of the show. Not a great stretch for Nikki Haley. We'll recap that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Start the new year off right. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you missed anybody on your list, don't worry, you still have time because Omaha Steaks has big savings during the Omaha Steaks end of season event. You can stock up on all your favorites and get 50% off site-wide. That's 50% off incredible steaks like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, or sink your teeth into their memorable Butcher's Cut Top Sirloin. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Plus, when you use code Zioli at checkout, you're going to get an extra $30 off your order. Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal from Omaha Steaks. From perfectly aged tender steaks to juicy burgers, decadent desserts, and classic comfort meals, every bite is guaranteed perfect. For a limited time, get 50% off site-wide, plus you'll save an extra $30 off when you use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply, and every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. So start the new year off right with food from America's heartland, America's original butcher, omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Doing your financial research and due diligence is imperative these days, given the abundance of risky financial plans and investment scams masquerading as safe alternatives to the stock market. What makes the exclusive crash-proof retirement system different is its proven track record of truth, transparency, and protection from the pitfalls of Wall Street. Crash-Proof consumer Alan Ruling, an internal auditor, thoroughly researched Crash-Proof Retirement before investing in 2014 and rests comfortably knowing he made an informed decision for his financial future.
My background is I'm an internal auditor, so I ask a lot of questions. I probably spent a good 12 to 15 hours going through my questions and Crash-Proof Retirement, coming up with answers. You couldn't stump them on any question. And I appreciate Phil and Joanne and the team taking their time.
Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Hey, West Berlin, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yes, 6:53, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. If you are back to work from the holidays, ready to kick off the new year, good to have you guys in. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 in just a couple of minutes. Also, we will get to Nikki Haley's mistakes that seemingly starting to pile up for her, try to make sense of what she said, what she didn't say, what she should have said, so forth and so on. If you've seen that story that played out over the last couple of days. But we have some great giveaways this week. In fact, we have 3 giveaways each day this week. So coming up this morning at 9:20, as well as at 8 o'clock in the middle of the cut sheet. And right now, we have a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th, at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. So if you are a wrestling fan and you would like a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th in South Philadelphia at the 2300 Arena, just be caller 12 right now at 855-839-1210. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you don't get tickets right now, you can try again at 8 o'clock. And then, of course, for our morning mystery movie clip, which is coming up at 9:20 this morning. For more info and tickets, visit MLW2300.com. All right, coming up, kickoff hour number 2. We'll get some news from Dawn. We've got Nikki Haley stuff to get to, as well as Donald Trump and his prediction on who it will or will not be on the Dem side. And also, as we begin an election year, why it is time to panic if you're a Democrat, because 3 demographics that were supposed to be all yours, it's not trending in that direction. Those details as we kick off hour number 2 next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Rich Zeoli.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Straight up, 7 o'clock, hour number 2 underway on this Tuesday morning, January 2nd, 2024. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil. Stocker out this morning. He's got the flu. He'll be back later this week. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Congratulations to Sherry in Warminster for winning the first wave of Major League Wrestling tickets. We'll have another pair coming up just about an hour from now, and then also again this morning at 9:20 for our Morning Mystery Movie Clip prize. You can also get us this morning on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. We'll talk to our buddy Harry Mays at 9:30. Also, a big thank you to everybody who filled in during the holidays for pretty much the, 10 or 11-day stretch. We had Tony Bruno and Harry Mays. Sean Farash, our buddy, the Trump impressionist, apparently knocked it out of the park last Friday. Mary Walter, Mike Opelka, Matt Rooney, and if I'm forgetting anybody else, I apologize, but thank you very much for stepping in for the last week and a half. All right, so we got a lot of good things to get to. We're going to get to some more Trump stuff. We got Nikki Haley stuff on the way as well, plus the cut sheet in just about 45 minutes. But let's get to the news. Round number 2. I don't even know how she's still kicking right now, honestly. I'd be sleeping in this morning after hosting the Mummers, but that's why she's an Emmy Award winner, the great Dawn Stensland.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning. On this Tuesday morning, January 2nd, we're in the mid-30s, 33 degrees this morning. I'll tell you, whether there's a warm-up or not in the forecast. But today in the city of Philadelphia, an historic day, inauguration day, if you will, for the new mayor. Well, the 100th mayor of Philadelphia, Sherelle Parker, first woman ever to be sworn in for the job officially. But now we know that, in fact, because they didn't want any kind of a gap, Sherelle Parker is actually officially our mayor of Philadelphia. She was sworn in New Year's Day. New Year's Eve, she had quite the celebration, I imagine, because she was looking forward to that, but sworn in just after midnight, New Year's Day. So Jim Kenney bidding his adieu, talking about the fact that it was a privilege and an honor to be mayor in Philadelphia. And so now we look to Sherelle Parker. I was looking up some statistics because she has said, and she'll release some more information today during all the formalities that are going to happen 10 a.m., but she has said that, she will make Philadelphia the safest, the greenest city, bring in jobs. And she's got her work cut out for her. When you think about, looking toward what happened just this summer, for example, this summer in Philadelphia, the deadliest on record, tragically.
Yep.
An estimated 8 people were shot every day in Philadelphia.
8 per day.
8 per day shot.
And I think I saw over the holiday break, we eclipsed 400 homicides for the year.
Yeah.
Which we tragically knew that was going to happen because we were so close when we went on holiday break. But, you know, these are tough numbers to beat, and she definitely has her work cut out for her.
Mhm.
So a new administration, a new day. I think everybody's hopeful, but, you know, wishing her well and saying a lot of prayers in Philadelphia that maybe she can bring forth that change.
Yes, maybe get some of those numbers, those violent crimes and homicides and carjackings and things like that. Maybe get those down to respectable numbers. That would be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, she's somebody who surprised a lot of people when, for example, she said that she would support some kind of a stop and frisk, much like former Mayor Michael Nutter did back in the day. Again, it would have to be laser focused and all of that. But the fact that she's open to that and has credibility, she's born and raised Philadelphia, loves the city, a mom herself here, maybe she'll have the kind of credibility where she can, and maybe she'll take advantage of that with her honeymoon period. And bring forth some change.
Yeah, that would be nice.
It would be. So we're watching that one very carefully, obviously. Some new laws as the calendar flips to January 2024 that I just wanted. There's some new animal and dog laws that I know we talked about a couple weeks ago, but there are 8 bills. I'll just highlight a few. There's a clean slate and probation reform bill that passed. They call it Landmark, as they talk about reforming probation, providing second chances for those low-level offenders. And so those were passed into law in December. So I'll just bring that one forth, that's one that, you know, they're calling it a landmark first in the nation that, for example, would automatically seal criminal records after an expungement.
Okay.
So there's a probation bill, there's a mandatory probation bill, and judges in that one are instructed to have a presumption against confinement for minor violations. These should be nonviolent, and that no one should be left in jail unless the violation was serious or they are a threat to public safety.
Oh, so more soft on crime policies put into effect. Which, by the way, I'm not against expungement. If you commit a minor act and it's a one-time thing and you go on probation and you do your whole bit and they want to expunge that from your record and seal that from employers and things like that, I get that. But this feels like and smells like another soft on crime policy, which means more people getting a chance maybe they don't deserve. I don't know that I like this, Dawn.
Yeah, because some of these have elements that we've never seen in the nation before. We'll have to watch this one, and I'm sure they're tracking it, and maybe they'll have to tweak it. But I do suspect that because we have all of these issues with our prisons overflowing, and I think part of that is why these things pass.
Yeah. Well, then build more prisons. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Well, they can't even hire the prison guards.
I know.
Who would be a prison guard right now?
Well, nice to know that Pennsylvania will be the guinea pig for all of this.
Yeah, I think, and to your point about it, I think part of this is the residue of the defund the police movement.
1,000%.
Right? Because that affected prison guards.
Yes. The entire criminal justice system. This was not just cops. This was probation officers, parole officers, correctional facility employees. Absolutely.
You don't hear Shapiro talking about this, though.
Well, he signed it into law. He did sign it into law, but they're calling it the full clean slate bill and the full probation bill. So these are some new laws coming in. There's also, I think you're going to like this one. There's a porch pirate crackdown.
I did see that.
Porch pirates?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Crackdown on the pirates. Arr. So specific penalties for mail theft, including a package, a bag, or even a letter. In Pennsylvania, the theft of mail was charged under other theft offenses based solely on the value of the item taken.
I wonder if this applies to, the packages on your porch from Amazon.
Yes.
Yes,
because
exactly.
Who's really stealing mail anymore? Nowadays, you just go steal the big box from Amazon.
It's got to the point where there's rings where people follow the cars, and they're like 2 neighborhoods behind, taking every package. So,
do we need armed Amazon employees? Imagine that.
Well, this bill is interesting to me because it focuses on those repeat offenders. So the pirates who are I guess, full-time pirates, essentially.
Right.
So they
not the part-timers.
The
part-time pirates don't get benefits.
Hey, at least somebody's working around here. No, but basically, if you have prior penalties, they grade you. So, in other words, if you have prior convictions for theft or mail, then if it's a second offense, third offense, they basically are going to throw the book at you.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to up the ante. I always thought that it was a federal crime to mess with mail.
I did too, especially the actual post office drop boxes.
Yep. Well, I used to tell my dad that when he'd open my mail. I said, I'm going to report you.
Yeah. How'd that go over with David?
Your dad said, yeah, pay rent and then move out.
Yeah. Pay your share, you leech.
And Pennsylvania stores will now feature local sustainable products more prominently with a preferred organic logo, which aims to improve sales for Pennsylvania farmers creating environmentally friendly products. So it's a bill that was this was a law that was intended to favor our farmers, kind of like you think about Jersey Fresh has their logo. They do very well with that. If you see that Jersey Fresh logo, if I see it in the grocery store, especially the tomatoes in the summer, but
best tomatoes
right? Or the blueberries.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for Pennsylvania farmers, I think this is a good thing. But it's a labeling that they're putting preferred organic, those logos to help our farmers. So
Don't they have one that says like PA local with a check? I think there's something like that, but it's not. You don't see it a lot.
No.
Well, that's all of this depends on, to Anthony's point, it's the funding. So that was kind of low energy, Anthony.
Gotcha.
I think basically what they're saying is we need a higher energy, more catchy logo like Jersey Fresh.
Yeah.
They should just steal just say PA Fresh.
There you go.
Just steal jerseys.
I could go
You know
for
what I
some
mean?
Jersey corn now all of a sudden.
Ooh.
Hankering for that.
That sounds nice.
Yeah.
That's kind of random, but it sounds really good actually.
A couple times a year, a nice piece of corn on the cob.
Once summer gets here.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Why do you always make us hungry when we're not eating?
We're almost 2 years into the show and no food drops yet. I have no idea how that's possible.
What's up with that?
Yeah, today's a Tuesday, so the salespeople should be. I'm gonna go talk to them.
Is this dry January?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
So everybody's dry January.
Yeah, we're gonna be talking about that later in the show today.
Yes,
And
and
truly will be partaking.
the final thing, and we'll have to talk about this moving forward, but physical fitness standards have been lowered for police officers. I think you did a big take at some point on this.
Yep.
But that's a new law so a lot of new laws going into effect, and I just wanted to highlight some of those as well. So we're looking forward 10 a.m. The Sherelle Parker swearing in, a lot of hoopla and excitement in Philadelphia. But I think if you're looking at where there is more anticipation, it's probably the Jeffrey Epstein reveal that may happen later today.
Yeah.
And so a lot of speculation as to whose names are on the
42nd
list.
president.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
I just drove on the.
Sorry.
We need Jimmy Kelly to do his.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Bill
we'll get
Clinton,
Mr. President
right?
later. Yeah.
So I know that we'll talk about that one as well, but that to be revealed. Of course, yesterday the Mummers Day Parade, and making national news, and just a great honor for me, for my husband Larry. And I'm looking up the scuffle that you had referred to, and I know there's video internationally, unfortunately, on Daily Mail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that there were any arrests as a result of that. I don't see any arrests. I don't see any reports of violence during the Mummers Day Parade. I'm just not seeing it. If they're alleging that there was a punch thrown over a Trump flag being grabbed, I don't see the punch in the flag in the video.
Okay.
I'm just reporting. I mean, I can only say because I was at the Grand Parade stand. I didn't see it happen.
Right.
It was obviously after the parade, and there might have been, a few libations involved in that situation.
Well, if the video is long enough, let's go through it during the cut sheet segment. If there's video and audio that's worth playing, that we could kind of, analyze and break down over the radio. But I would say this though. So you said no arrests were made. I would imagine if it was a Trump supporter that grabbed the Biden flag, about 3 weeks from now, the feds would be at the guy's backyard looking through a woodshed for him.
Well put.
Yeah.
The forecast real quick here, 33 degrees, mostly cloudy right now. Because it's breezy, it actually feels like it's 26 degrees. So it's a chilly January morning, okay? But this afternoon, the sun will be shining brightly. So we will reach 44 degrees today, 46 tomorrow. Pretty dry spell. Looks like no measurable precipitation in the forecast until, of course, we get to Saturday, until the weekend. So we look to be mid to low 40s throughout this week, and tomorrow, Wednesday, being the warmest day of the week at 46. Bright sunny skies until we reach the weekend. Unfortunately, Saturday, pretty raw and rainy, 39 degrees for this Saturday. And then maybe some flurries depending on where you are earlier in the day or later in the day. But then Sunday, we will warm up to 40 degrees and a possible chance that we will see some light sprinkles of some snowflakes, actually, for your Sunday. So that's your forecast. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, the Civil War, slavery, and Democratic plants. Not a good stretch for Nikki Haley. We'll get into that when we come back. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Dom Giordano.
Let's go to Representative Eamon Brown on Talk Radio 1210. My producer here, Dan. He wants to know the most important thing. Where did you vote on the Taylor Swift recognition vote?
I voted for it because Taylor Swift, she ain't writing no song about me. I was like, I better vote for this because she's going to be like, all right, you know they're going to point me out. The one black man from West Philly is anti-Taylor Swift. And all her Swifties are not going to vote for me.
Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal & Company 717. Welcome back in. Good to have you in on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT. Cut sheet coming up in just about 30 minutes. We'll get to Nikki Haley in just one moment. I do want to mention what Dawn had just told us during the break. So I guess you have the Today Show on NBC, and they are taking a headline maybe that you would see on Fox, but you're getting on the mainstream media these days.
Yeah, I just thought off the top of the Today Show, I glanced up and I thought, oh, I have Fox on. The network, all the network shows, morning shows coming on.
Yep.
No, it's NBC, the Today Show, and they say new surge at border, and then under that border crisis, talking about immigration. And I thought, wow, that's the Today Show, NBC, talking about this. To me, that's significant when so-called, mainstream media that really basically ignored the issue is now taking notice.
Funny, an election year comes up and all of a sudden they bring this to the light. I'm hoping Alejandro Mayorkas gave them the okay to use the word crisis because we know he does not refer to it as a crisis. But 302,000 people for the month of December, and it's only getting worse. So we will certainly keep you updated with that. But one of the big stories in the world of the Republican Party and the GOP primary, and we gave you a lot of the Trump ballot stuff in the first hour, was the rough stretch that Nikki Haley had over the holidays, in which she omits the word slavery when she was asked what caused the Civil War here in the United States. Now, if you're keeping track, Nikki Haley is doing really well in the polls. And her most probably notable claim to fame right now is in a general election poll. She beats Joe Biden by about 17 points. She's actually beating Biden in some of these general hypothetical polls by a larger margin than Donald Trump is, although in the Republican primary, which we know she will not emerge victorious from, she's getting beat by Donald Trump, just like Ron DeSantis is, just like Vivek Ramaswamy is, and just like Sloppy Chris Christie is. But this is now a little bit of a kind of a theme and a trend here with Nikki Haley. If you recall, in one of the prior debates, Vivek Ramaswamy put her on the spot and says, can you actually name a territory in the battle for Russia and Ukraine with what's going on in that war? And she didn't really have an answer for that. And now she decides that she will not use the word slavery with the Civil War when asked about it. And then she kind of doubles down and blames a Democratic plant for the Civil War question that, quote, tripped her up. I've got a couple of stories here from Axios and Politico, as well as the New York Post. And then, of course, she comes out and then says, well, obviously it was about slavery. But I think I don't know if she was tripped up or if she didn't. And I don't even know if hearing the question correctly is the right way to phrase it. People made a big stink about it. I think it is a gaffe. I think it is a mistake. Is it something that's going to cost her the primary? No, because she's not going to beat Donald Trump anyway. But if you haven't been paying attention, here's kind of the way this played out. So you had the former governor of South Carolina, the state in which, the first shots of the Civil War were actually fired. She was asked about whether slavery was a cause of the U.S. Civil War. She was at the town hall event that was in New Hampshire. I think that was last week, midweekish, Wednesday or Thursday. So it's probably about 5 or 6 days old. And she said that it was more about that the cause of the Civil War was the government infringing on individual rights. Her response was similar to arguments put forward by proponents. And this is a breakdown from Axios where they kind of lay out the way this played out. Her response was similar to the myth of the, quote, lost cause, a pseudo-historical narrative that in part frames the Confederate cause as a heroic defense of state rights while denying or excluding that slavery was at the heart of the crisis. So, of course, the media ran with this. They made a big stink out of it. Biden goes to his Twitter feed, and it probably was not Joe Biden actually tweeting this, but Joe Biden's Twitter feed saying, quote, in a 4-word response tweet, it was about slavery. Nikki Haley said, and she would go on then to try to kind of clean things up, so to speak, saying, well, what do you want me to say about slavery? I'm not sure if this is a major issue within the Republican primary. I think maybe you're probably looking at this from a mainstream media standpoint or maybe if it's, independent, moderate females out there that heard that comment, maybe they didn't like the comment. Dawn, I'm sure you saw this. I don't think this is a massive mistake, but I do think this is kind of a bit of a trend now. And I know she's doing well polling against Biden in hypotheticals, but I get the feeling, and I think I'm right when I say this, I don't think MAGA Nation can stand Nikki Haley. I think most ardent Trump supporters view Nikki Haley as more of a problem than a solution. And obviously they would never vote for her. I don't think most Trump supporters want her as the vice president, but I think she has kind of, I don't want to say been exposed, because I think she's relatively good at what she does. Doesn't mean that she doesn't have warts, doesn't mean that she hasn't had hiccups, but I do think over the course of time, the more you're out there for the general public, the more the cameras are there, the more the microphones are there, you start to see what certain politicians are about. And I'm not saying I'm washing my hands completely of Nikki Haley, but I've kind of had my fill of her now.
I think most registered Republicans are going to vote R.
Well, of course.
So, right? If
Yeah.
she's the person, then I think people are going to vote for her. Maybe she's not the choice, but I think it always goes down to the fact that unfortunately, a sliver of voters basically in states like Pennsylvania decide these elections. So for me, I don't even understand why she would say what she said. I know she's a Southerner, and I lived in the South for a time in my childhood, so I do understand that Southerners. I was in my family, when I was on my 10th birthday, moved to North Carolina, and we lived in Charlotte and Raleigh for 6 years during my childhood. So I understand that there are people today in the South who call us here in the North Yankees.
Yep.
I get that.
I get it.
But for Nikki Haley, when she's asked, what was this, a simple question like you're saying, what was the Civil War about? And for her, the answer was, well, how the government was going to run the freedoms, what people could or could not do. She had an opportunity to say, well, the Civil War, when you think about it, was, of course, and let's think about the Republican Party. Let's think of President Abraham Lincoln,
right,
the Emancipation President, Republicans, the Emancipation Party. That should have been her answer.
I know.
Republicans fought.
PR
right?
gaffe by her, right? Just because you've just laid it out
Right.
perfectly.
Just say that.
Yep.
Just say the Civil War was, yes, it was a battle. And it wasn't just South versus North, because we know there were slaves in New Jersey.
Right.
New Jersey, the last, Northeast state there were still slaves here well after, they were supposed to be here. So this is she could have said this is a sin and a stain on our nation that happened. But let's not forget that it was Abraham Lincoln. He basically died. He was assassinated over this.
Right.
So just own it. And I do not understand sometimes her logic on this, except to say that she is a Southerner. So if you're somebody looking at this, you go, well, maybe she's from South Carolina and she's
Right.
kind of racist.
Right.
I mean, that's what some people
are
may
going to
infer.
arrive. Yeah, they're going to arrive at that conclusion. And you're spot on when you said about how, let's face it, elections are determined by a very small sliver. She's not going to, I don't think she loses anybody in the South by saying what you just said or framing it the way you did. But the way that she positioned it and kind of botched the whole situation, that could very well cost her in those very small slivers of people who were like, wait, well, I kind of like Nikki, but did she really omit the words? And then you talk about Abraham Lincoln and the Republican Party of all. I mean, that's the reason why we're here where we are today, because of that. And you would just think if you're in Nikki Haley's campaign camp, you're sitting there this morning or 5 days ago when this happened, and you're like, oh no, oh no. I could just see the headlines on NBC and CBS and CNN and MSNBC. I mean, you really opened up your mouth and inserted your foot there.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When she talks about freedoms and what people could or couldn't do, it's this kind of a Frisbee toss of an answer. It's too generic. It's too mushy to say, oh, freedoms? You mean like, people not being slaves anymore?
Right.
What people could or could not do? So it's mush. And I think that she's trying to be a political person. She's trying to she sounds like a politician rather than sounding like a leader.
Yeah, and you talk about freedoms and the ability to do what you want. I've been saying this for 2.5 years now. If you're a Republican and you're running for office, the perfect pivot to talk about freedoms is to talk about the way the Democrats denied you your freedoms during the pandemic. The Democrats were the ones that were hell-bent on lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccination requirements, vaccination cards, and all of that. So if you talk about, and I know we're talking about a different form of freedom here with slavery, but you talk about the last 2.5, 3 years, and we've got all these candidates kind of battling, Ron DeSantis wants to take away your freedoms. Gavin Newsom said that. I'm like, wait a minute. Let's go back and look at 2020, 2021. What states were more open and free, so to speak? Red states. Which ones were more closed? Blue states. So if you want to go down just under the general umbrella of freedoms, this would have been another opportunity for her to pivot to that as well, and she didn't do that either. So I thought it was just a rough stretch for her. I don't think ultimately it will kill her, because ultimately Trump's going to be the one that kills her, because he's going to keep crushing it in the polls. So I thought that was a kind of a fascinating development. And then Nikki Haley wraps it up with a rough week on the 30th, where I don't know if you guys recall this. Remember the basketball game that we mentioned last year for women's basketball between LSU and Iowa, with Iowa basketball player Caitlin Clark? Mm-hmm. You guys recall that story? Yeah. So this is a very small blip on the radar, but just kind of puts a bow on the stretch that Nikki Haley has had. She confused, and I'm referring to Nikki Haley, she confuses Iowa basketball player Caitlin Clark with CNN anchor Caitlin Collins in a lady basketball game. This story from the New York Post: Republican presidential hopeful Nikki Haley dropped the ball on Saturday in the Hawkeye State, confusing all-world University of Iowa basketball player Caitlin Clark with CNN anchor Caitlin Collins. Ahead of the Lady Hawks basketball game against Minnesota, Haley tried to heap praise on the number 4 ranked team at a tailgating event in Coralville, but ended up mistakenly referring to point guard Clark as Collins. Quote, "What a team they are. What a great coach," Haley said, according to an ex-post by Gazette reporter Tom Barton. "Caitlin Collins is phenomenal," she gushed, only to realize that Caitlin Collins is actually a lowly rated TV anchor on CNN that gets no numbers, and Caitlin Clark, who she meant to refer to in the home state of Iowa, is the basketball player for the Lady Hawkeyes.
Yeah, and not good, when you're thinking about the Iowa, all of the upcoming primaries and everything.
Yep.
It's just, think about your hometown hero.
Not sure that Caitlin Collins plays too well in Iowa, but, just figured we'd throw that story out there. So a rough week for Nikki Haley. If I was her last couple of nights, maybe as the ball's dropping, I pour myself a little Pinot Grigio. I take off the shoes, throw the slippers on, maybe light a few candles in the house, and just roll into 2024 and hit the reboot button. 855-839-1210 is the number. Coming up next, we'll get closer to what's on the cut sheet. That's at 7:45. But Donald Trump with an exclusive with Breitbart, and he says it will not be Joe, nor will it be Kamala that he goes up against and defeats. What did Trump say? Who does he think it will be? The details on the other side. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zioli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Many financial advisors and their firms alike spend a great deal of time trying to extract money from the baby boomers. Now, they do have the most disposable income, and they are retiring at an average rate of 10,000 people per day. But It's the generation after the baby boomers, known as Generation X, who really do need to focus on their retirement future. And that's because they're still feeling the negative effects from the Great Recession of 2008. In today's report, you'll learn why those in their 40s and 50s are still struggling to recover and what they desperately need to do now to improve their retirement future. Generation X is comprised of Americans born between 1965 and 78. They are often referred to as the sandwich generation. That's because they're still caring for kids and their elderly parents. Now, this comes with huge financial challenges, ranging from college tuition to nursing home care. Transamerica Center for Retirement Studies, which is the top center in the world for investigating retirement issues, found that Generation X Americans are more likely than baby boomers and millennials to say they have not yet begun to recover or may never recover from the Great Recession of 2008. In fact, 34% of Generation X has no retirement savings at all. Recently, I sat down with Catherine Collinson, the CEO and president of Transamerica Institute and the Transamerica Center for Retirement Studies. Catherine says, and I quote, Generation Xers still have a time horizon where they can build plans, save money, and achieve financial security in retirement. But they're also not getting any younger. So the sooner they get started and refocus, the better off they can be in the long run. End of quote. For many Generation Xers, that's going to start with establishing where they are financially and coming up with some type of plan to address their unique financial needs, inclusive of an emergency fund, which should cover at least 6 months of expenses. It may also mean cutting back on helping your children with their college funding, which can be a difficult choice for some parents. You could take out a student loan, but you cannot borrow money to fund your retirement future.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets. That's right, $150 guaranteed when you place just a $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, you get to use in the FanDuel app. I really love using the FanDuel app. It's easy to use, tons of ways to bet. You could look into the NFL futures here with the playoffs, probably the most interesting there. Or if you're looking for something a little sooner, Washington at Michigan next Monday night. Spread right now, 4.5. Washington money line already down to 152. kind of like that, kind of like that. I'm not sure here with Michigan going up and down all season, but whatever you like, no matter what you want to bet on, the FanDuel Sportsbook has it. So visit FanDuel.com/Greg and make your first bet a touchdown. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, and FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires after 7 days with receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.38, Kayal and Company as we roll on live. Good to have all of you in here on a Tuesday. Happy New Year to each and every one of you. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist with you. Stocker's got the flu. He'll be back later this week, virtually, remotely, next week, March, April. He'll be back at some point in 2024. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Your chance to win more Major League Wrestling tickets in South Philadelphia this Saturday. That's coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. And we've got our buddy Harry Mays joining us at 9:30 this morning to put a little bow on that ridiculous football game over the weekend as the Eagles lost to the Cardinals. Yeah, I'm done with football.
Fire them all.
I am. Eagles lost. Alabama lost to Michigan yesterday.
Yep.
The only thing I enjoyed yesterday was watching Dawn and Larry on the Mummers.
Well, thank you.
Other than that, my New Year's stunk. How about you?
We had that flood. We had that flood that I had right the first Monday, right the Monday before, 1 week before Christmas, after that record 5-inch rain.
Yep.
So that was my entire shop vacuuming, total loss. It was,
Yeah.
it was a nightmare.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So that was the whole. So the highlight for us as well was just New Year's Day, a new year.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Kick it off with a bang.
Yes.
There you go. Also, dry January upon us for some of us. We'll have a conversation about that coming up a little bit later, probably after the cut sheet. But very interesting. Former President Donald Trump told Breitbart News in an exclusive interview, this was on December 29th at Mar-a-Lago, that he expects to face neither incumbent Democrat President Joe Biden nor his incompetent Vice President Kamala Harris in November. Trump said that while he does, quote, hope that Biden hangs on to the Democratic side to win his party's nomination, and, quote, he can't believe that he's going to be the nominee. Trump saying, quote, he's a cheater, he's a scoundrel, he's a bad guy. But in his life, he's always been able to convince people that he's really the nice guy. I laugh when they say Trump is the evil one and he's the nice one. That's the one thing he's been able to do. All you have to do is look at his credentials. When you compare him to 15 or 20 years ago, he's a different kind of a guy. The guy can't talk. The guy can't put two sentences together. So I do think this. I cannot believe he is going to be the nominee. I hope he is, but I can't believe that he is going to be the nominee. Trump then was asked about who he thinks will be the nominee. He said, quote, I don't know. There's a whole thing that this has to be Kamala because of the whole deal with Clyburn. I don't think they'll get her by. Trump again said he is unsure who might emerge, but said he thinks it will be, quote, a free-for-all amongst Democrats to try to seize the top spot on the ballot. That I can tell you, there will be a point at which it's a free-for-all. I don't think Biden will make it to the gate. That was Trump in an exclusive to Breitbart. And that's kind of the position I've had for the last couple of weeks. I've come off the notion that they will drag Joe to the finish line because that's what Democrats do. I do think that Joe will be replaced at some point this calendar year. I don't know if it's this summer at the DNC convention. I'm not sure who it will be. Trump's not sure who it will be. But I do think it's interesting that he uses the phrase that it will be a free-for-all. Mm-hmm. So if it is a free-for-all, and let's play off of what Trump is saying here, it won't be Joe, it won't be Kamala, the logical next up is Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom coming out and saying that he does not think California should remove Trump from the ballot. How do you beat somebody like Trump? You beat him at the ballot. If it's not Gavin Newsom, then who would it be? I mean, that's where the real interesting question becomes, because everybody knows Gavin's running a shadow campaign. Why would Gavin be running ads 2-3 months ago in the state of South Carolina? Why would Gavin Newsom debate Ron DeSantis? Why would Gavin Newsom be doing all of this stuff, welcoming in Xi from China, sanitizing subways, cleaning streets, clearing out the homeless? I mean, it is clear as day that Gavin Newsom is going to be the Democrats' nominee at some point. Whether it's in 24 or 28, he is obviously next man up. But it would be glorious to see this infighting and this bickering and this free-for-all if, in fact, they try to pull a fast one on Joe and replace him. Now, what's the exit strategy? You could sit there and say his age, his physical or mental decline, the stress of all the stuff with Hunter Biden, with all the legal stuff. But do we really think it will not be Joe nor Kamala? Because, again, keep in mind, like, I've thrown out the name before, and I know everybody rolls their eyes when I say it, and I'm not sure that it would happen. But I give it a percentage point likelihood of happening, Michelle Obama. So could the Democrats, in the world that they live in, of identity politics, could they really justify ditching Joe, jumping over Kamala, and going to Gavin while not even giving Michelle a chance if she told them behind closed doors, I would like to have the chance to be in this position? Now, everything that we have heard from sources and reports in the mainstream media is that Michelle Obama has no interest in being the president of the United States. Okay, we'll take her at face value there. Maybe it's not her thing. She doesn't want to go back to 1600 Pennsylvania, the whole bit. But in a world where the Democrats are all about vilifying the straight, white, cis male, how do they go from Joe to Gavin and pass over Kamala without hearing the pushback? Because that's the can of worms that you open up if, in fact, you want to play identity politics. And all we hear is diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, DEI, DEI. Well, that would be passing over the African-American female for another straight, white, cis male.
How dare they?
And she would probably be bent out of shape. And oh, by the way, they're both from California. So Trump says it's going to be a free-for-all. I do think we are going to have some drama this spring, this summer. I don't know when, I don't know where, I don't know how, I don't know who. A lot of things I don't know. But I do think it will be Joe getting shown the door. So that was pretty interesting from Trump as they get a exclusive at Breitbart. I think they actually interviewed him live from Mar-a-Lago. 855-839-1210. Anthony Dorenzo, it is 7:46, and we are going to kick off the first cut sheet of the year without Greg Stocker. Sans the flu. Let's get to it. Round number 1 here on this Tuesday.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday is Tuesday. Whatever
Tuesday.
day it is.
It does feel like a Monday, though.
It does. It does. 2024, first Tuesday of the year. What's on the cut sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time because they need to clear their lot, undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation, and need to make some room for their construction vehicles. So take advantage of their incredible sale at this time and their lease options. Visit cherryhillvolvo.com. All right, I know we were talking about this, so let's just get right to it. This was the Trump incident at the Mummers Parade. This was in Center City, Philadelphia, as Dawn Stensland was reporting. And it was a little scuffle. I mean, we have a tiny bit of audio here. But Phil, you can roll the video whenever. This is just kind of how it went down. It seems like just a little bit of a back and forth flag pulling.
Okay.
You could see it a little bit. Toward the end here, it gets a little rougher.
Yeah, it looks like. So you had. Okay, so Dawn, correct me if I'm wrong. One of the Mummers had. Ooh, there's a curse word there. Make sure we bleep that out. So there was somebody participating in the parade with a Trump flag.
Okay.
And it was somebody on the other side of the rail that pulled it?
No. This was well after the parade.
Okay, well
so
after.
the parade officially, ends 5 p.m. The street sweepers are cleaning up all the confetti, everything. The cleanup is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And so, after the official parade, then the festivities continue. You find out, because it's a competition, you find out all about the competition at 7 o'clock. So the night is long because all these individuals have worked for a year, as far as in the parade. You have all these people working for a year.
Right.
They did not sell. They went to bed early because they were, I can promise you, they were on Broad Street and on Market Street and so on. By 4-ish, 5-ish in the morning.
Ugh.
So they didn't celebrate New Year's Eve. Everybody celebrates then New Year's Day.
Okay.
And even a lot of schools are not in session today, by the way.
Yeah.
Because of traditionally, Mother's Day parade in Philadelphia. So I just want to make it clear this was not during the parade.
Okay.
This was after, and you can tell because they're still dressed in the satin, the outfits. And I'm not going to try to identify. I know from hosting it, like I watched the entire thing. I'm not going to try to identify these individuals and which organization they were with, because that's not. I don't have anything official.
Right. Okay.
All you see is guys dressed up in satin dresses, and they're just walking through. It's kind of over by the Union League,
okay,
on one of the side streets, if you're familiar. So but this is not, and if they're not during the parade, and somebody has that Trump flag that did emerge during the parade,
right?
But this is somebody, I think they were yelling like effing liberal to the person, who yelled something about Trump and yanked the flag,
right?
And then the back and forth was, well, that person purposely draped the flag so that it was waving in the person's face. It's like, well, it's a flag,
right?
But allegedly, there was a punch or two thrown. You can see somebody pointing in the video that you just showed. I don't see.
Phil, keep running the video. We don't need the audio anymore, but let's just keep the video on loop as Dawn's going here.
Just be careful of the F words flying there. But
no audio, just the video.
But if you look at it, I actually don't see a punch connecting.
Right.
Because the guy who's really mad, no disrespect here, but he's a little guy with relatively short arms. I don't see him connecting. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying I don't see a fist connecting with a face.
Yeah, he's got the gold boots and he's wearing like a green bandana.
Yeah. Well, everybody's spray paint. You got to have the golden slippers, so that kind of tells you. So, but I don't see any connection of the punch.
I don't either.
Reportedly, the liberal, the person identified as the flag grabber, was claimed they were punched in the face.
Okay.
I just don't see the punch, and I don't see any reports of official arrests, investigation.
It's hard to tell because the video was captured on TikTok, and the way we use it on YouTube, it kind of gets like condensed, and it's not the clearest version. You're right. I don't see a punch connecting either. I just love how it's the always tolerant and inclusive left. I don't know what it is. Why do you feel compelled to yank a Trump flag from somebody? Why do you feel compelled to yank down a Jewish hostage flyer that's sitting on a telephone pole outside of a restaurant on a sidewalk? I love how they just feel like it's their right to rip down or remove stuff that they don't agree with. And then it's, well, he punched me in the face. Well, if you got punched in the face, I certainly don't condone that. But you did kind of and again, it's not to justify the punch, but let somebody carry a Trump flag if they want to carry a Trump flag. If you're pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine, and you're anti-Jewish, okay, I disagree with you on that. Doesn't give you the right to rip down a sign on a sidewalk or for a hostage poster like we saw for, 2 months, October, November, December? I love it.
I mean, so this person, you have a right on a public city street. This is a side street, a broad street. In America, anywhere, on any street, you have a right to carry a flag if you want to. That's part of free speech, right? So this person I don't see any evidence or any claim that the person who was walking with friends after the parade is walking. I don't see any evidence that they were using the flag, like pointing at it. They were just walking with a flag with a group of their peers.
Right.
And then somebody sees the flag and grabs it, yanks it, and then it's pulled down. And so that's when, obviously, there were a lot of words being exchanged.
Oh, yeah.
And so I would just say to you, what if that's a BLM flag?
Oh, yeah.
A person who would yank down a BLM flag would immediately, by the media, they would be identified as, oh, this racist.
Yeah. Or if it was a pride flag or anything like that.
Right. Oh, they're anti so-and-so. So really, to me, the issue is that, these are two groups. Probably some liquor had something to do with it, but it's not a Trump. I don't think it's a Trump incident. I don't think it's an ugly incident necessarily. It's a big city. I mean, it could have happened any day of the week. I don't know. I know that it was a slow news day, Daily Mail or whoever, they want to make a big deal out of it.
Is it being covered by other people besides the Daily Mail?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like stuff like that, like Dawn's saying, I mean, even though it's a kerfuffle, we're looking for things like this every day with the state of politics. So for the grand scheme of things, it does seem like the parade was pleasant and fun, as everyone wanted it to be. But let's move on. I know you mentioned this earlier as well, Nick. This will be cut 13 here. This was David Axelrod and him expanding on those comments that you quoted earlier. And this was after the court decision to remove Trump from the primary ballot. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
All of this is strengthening him in the Republican primary. We've run this experiment. He's only gained since he started getting indicted. What you thought might be kryptonite for him has turned out to be battery packs. And this is a big one for him. Presumably the Supreme Court will deal with it fairly quickly. And I expect that they will leave him on the ballot. And yes, Brianna, I have very, very strong reservations about all of this. I do think it would rip the country apart if he were actually prevented from running, because tens of millions of people want to vote for him. I think if you're going to beat Donald Trump, you're going to probably have to do it at the polls.
I mean, you are essentially disenfranchising, 74 million voters. I mean, that's how many people voted for Trump in 2020. I've got to imagine that number will or would be higher in 2024, considering how obvious these prosecutions have been and these persecutions have been, on top of the fact that Joe Biden has been an abject disaster as the president. But he talks about, battery packs. This is like jet fuel. This is rocket fuel for Trump. I mean, this is like spinach to Popeye. He pops open a can and kaboom, his biceps start to bulge out. I mean, every time they do this to Trump, they only make him stronger. And it does bring up, and I thought about this again over the weekend, DeSantis had said they're doing this intentionally to guarantee that Trump becomes the nominee because they believe they can beat Trump. I thought that might have been the game plan like a year ago. I have since come off that stance. I just think flat out they are afraid that he will beat Joe Biden, and that's why they are doing all of this. But when you have a guy like Axelrod who comes out and says this, again, a former senior advisor to Barack Obama, they're playing with fire here. And really, forget about third world banana republic. Think about what this says for the future. They're setting a precedent here that if you are somebody on the Republican side of things, or if you're an outsider like Donald Trump is, this is the lengths that they are willing to go to ensure that nobody comes into their swamp playground anymore. Because they're trying to instill a fear in you that, boy, I better not push the envelope too much, because if they could do this to him, and Trump has said this verbatim, if they can do this to me, they can do it to you.
Yeah. And I think even to further that, Nick, I think the pressures around him, and like you were saying with Nikki Haley, at least before this whole gaffe she had, it seemed like, even they're pushing him toward more of an establishment agenda, but if he wants to stay relevant. So either he's out with this criminal stuff, or he moves more toward this military-industrial complex. So I feel like he's in a conundrum, even though his voters either way are going to double down the farther this goes.
He's never moving towards the military-industrial complex.
But the fact that David Axelrod, who it goes way back beyond he was born in 1955. He's a political hack and a political animal, and so the fact that he's saying this, my instinct, even if I didn't know what Ron DeSantis said, my instinct is David Axelrod wants Trump. I think Democrats do want Trump. And I think ultimately, I fear that the reason they want Trump is that in any matchup, they have something they can run against. and that is just, hey, we're running against Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And as well, abortion. Nikki Haley had the abortion. Nikki Haley had the best answer of anybody thus far as a Republican about abortion. And they're going to play. Here's what the Democrats have. This is all the Democrats have. They have the abortion issue, number one. And number two, they have Trump, who's a, in air quotes, threat to democracy. Yep. Oh, he's the scary orange god man, whatever.
Uh-huh.
So take Trump off now. Take that off. And now you've got a lady who was a governor, Nikki Haley, an attractive, much younger woman, right? A woman of color or a woman of ethnicity up against Joe Biden. And look at that and think about what we said earlier this morning, that sliver of the country, Nikki Haley. That's why when they put her up against in any poll, anywhere, anytime against Biden, she slam dunks it.
Oh, not even close. It's total blowout.
So that's the piece of it that I do fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I think every Republican, every conservative, you look at that. And so what's more important to you, winning with the candidate who you feel deserves it and would do the best job, or do you just want to win?
I'll take it, and you nailed the first two perfectly. I had a third one last week. They're running on 3 words, ADD. Abortion, democracy under Trump, because he's a threat to democracy, and dictator. Remember when he said, I'd be a dictator for one day, the first day I'd be a dictator, and people took that out of context? So that's what they're going to sell. They're going to sell the abortion, female rights, the whole thing, threat to democracy, and you're running against Trump to prevent him from becoming a dictator.
They're all dictators to a point now. They all
No, they're not,
They all
Anthony.
use executive orders,
No,
and they just they're not dictators in the sense of way we look at it, but they all cut corners. I hate the messaging when it comes to that. But regardless, talking about Nikki Haley, this will be cut 9. She talks about taking Trump off the ballot and tries to angle it in a way that she'll get some support from his base, hopefully. This is cut 9. Phil, go ahead.
Ambassador, great to see you again. Thanks for being here. I know he's a rival, but I just like to ask your opinion about what you think of all these blue states trying to take Donald Trump off the ballot.
Well, good morning and Happy New Year from Iowa. The first thing I'll say is this is, to me, is dangerous. We saw this during COVID, where government started telling people what to do, how to live, how to think, all of these things. And we saw this intrusion into what Americans need to have the freedom to do. And now you look at what's happening in these blue states, and you have individuals who are deciding who the American people should and shouldn't vote on. I will defeat Donald Trump fair and square. I don't need him thrown off the ballot. But if we open this door, you can't close it. And the Supreme Court needs to respond quickly before any more states do this, because you can't have people deciding. Right now, we're seeing too many elected officials decide who's good, who's bad, who's right, who's wrong. That is not your role. If you are a leader, your role is to put all the information out there, be as transparent as you can, and let the American people make decisions for themselves. And America's got to snap out of this, because this is more than about Donald Trump. This is more than about Republicans. This is about the fact that if they can start doing this to individuals, you're changing the entire face of democracy when you allow this to happen.
Yeah, it's without due process, we are all at risk.
And, the most outrageous part of all of this is not even elected officials. These are appointed people. Secretaries of state are appointed, and they're going to sit there and try to have somebody removed from a ballot. Think about how dangerous that is and what kind of precedent you are setting. And this is an escalation because every other attempt to get rid of Trump, so to speak, has failed. Impeachment after impeachment, indictment after indictment. Now we're going to try to remove him from Colorado, from Maine, from Michigan, from California. What's next on the escalating ways to get Donald Trump out of the equation? It's honestly scary to think about, and it's so desperate, and it's so obvious to anybody that just can look at this objectively and realize what is going on here. Although I would say this, I don't know that Nikki Haley's answer there really resonates with the hardcore Trump fan. And again, I'm going to go on this again. It's just my gut feeling, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just think there's a lot of Trump supporters out there that look at Nikki Haley and say, she likes war, she's a career hack, swamp. She's lined her pockets. She's had some comments about China that make you scratch your head. Remember, she said that she works for them now. I remember she had I forget what the context of it was, but I'm like, I don't know about Nikki.
The truth is, she's just not Trump. I think Trump supporters want Trump.
That's right.
That's the bottom line. Peace and prosperity. Look at, and I'm going to get the haters are going to come after me for saying this again. Look at pre-pandemic. Look at the moment before the pandemic and what was happening in our nation. It was wonderful. It was incredible. And you can't take that away from Trump. And so I simply think and think about, it's all about the economy. Think about peace. Think about Afghanistan. Nobody talks about Afghanistan and how Joe Biden and this administration created that debacle. So I think, yes, do Trump supporters, do we want Trump? Yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, Trump supporters and Republicans, I believe, will not stay home, will rise to the moment no matter who the nominee is. But I think when you look at what's happening and going back to Axelrod, you think of, who does David Axelrod want? He wants Trump. That tells me Obama wants Trump. And let us not forget, Axelrod helped Mayor John Street in Philadelphia win. Think about what was going on with, for those of us in Philadelphia, I was covering that. I was news anchor at Fox locally here. When John Street, when that whole thing happened, they effectively said, remember Bush was running, Bush, he's a racist. They had that whole conspiracy thing. It worked. And ultimately for John Street beating Sam Katz, I was devastated by that. I still love Sam Katz. But people could not believe that Katz lost that mayoral election. That was Axelrod. It was dirty. They tied, in other words, Sam Katz, they tied to Bush, they tied to racism. It worked. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, the question is, do we believe that the Democrats are just content and confident enough to just run the same playbook back from 2020? Because this time around, you're not going to be able to hide Joe in the basement. You're not going to have a pandemic that affects the ability to go out and vote. And I want to throw these numbers out here. This is from the latest USA Today Suffolk University poll. Joe Biden is losing support amongst Black, Hispanic, and young voters, according to the newest poll numbers. Biden now claims the support of just 63% of Black voters, a precipitous decline from the 87% he carried in 2020. So he's lost 24% of the Black vote, that according to the Roper Center. He trails amongst Hispanic voters by 5 percentage points to Trump, 39% to 34%. In 2020, he crushed Trump amongst that demographic 2-1, 65% to 32%. And he's also losing the young voters, which is actually maybe the biggest surprise of all, because I thought Gen Z would be lock, stock, and barrel Joe Biden. But, I mean, can they really just say, you know what, yeah, we do want Trump, despite the fact they're losing in all of these categories? That's a dangerous thing to play.
Well, and the messaging is changing everywhere as well. Like when we were speaking earlier, I think it was the end of the 6 a.m. hour, CNN had their lower third saying fear and division drive both the Biden and Trump campaigns. And I mean, I think that's a turn. We didn't see that 3-4 years ago. After they didn't act like that with Biden. And young voters, especially after the Palestine stuff, seems like they're not on Biden either.
Well, wasn't Joe supposed to be the great uniter? Didn't Joe say he was going to unite the country?
President for all Americans.
We're going to get the grown-ups back in the White House?
Yep.
Since then, we've had cocaine at the White House. We've had naked ladies on the front lawn for the summer. We've got. By the way, Dawn, I know you weren't here for this, but did you see the Jill Biden holiday Christmas video that was released from the White House?
I think that was my last one of my last days here with the with the video. Whatever.
It was like the Nutcracker on acid.
Yeah,
my wife's a Philly girl.
Yeah, but it's a good thing we got the adults back in the White House.
Yeah, thank God. Yeah. But so I know, like you were both saying, Trump voters want Trump, and I think that's why we saw what happened to DeSantis. But Vivek, he continues to double down on supporting Trump, and especially if he's taken off ballots, he continues to expand on why he will do that. This was a clip on MSNBC with Vivek. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Stand by my pledge.
any state where Donald Trump is forcibly removed from the ballot in this way, I'll also remove myself. And I challenge Chris Christie and Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis to do the same thing.
So pretty much pleading with the entire party to do the same thing, which they won't. Which I mean, it's interesting to see how Nikki handles it. We all know how Chris Christie's going to handle it, but the rest of them.
You know, I think there's one guy that's actually rooting for it. It's Chris Christie. Like, I actually genuinely believe Vivek Ramaswamy that he will remove himself. I think DeSantis and Nikki Haley will try to say the, quote, right thing, but they probably realize their only path to the White House is if Trump would be removed. The only guy I think that truly would revel in it is Chris Christie, because Chris Christie has carved out this lane and this path that he is, Trump is this, and I'm the guy that can step in, and Trump has lost this election, and he declined in 22, and he lost in 20, and then they lost other midterm elections with Trump-endorsed candidates in 2018. I think Christie's the only guy that actually, maybe behind closed doors, is enjoying all of this. But, like, if you're any of these candidates, you cannot root for this, even if it means your elevated career, because of the awful precedent it sets. And oh, by the way, too, let's be real. Like, DeSantis is far more conservative than Donald Trump. If DeSantis was somehow in office, do you think they're going to stop coming after conservatives because Trump is gone? They're going to they've already. We
already saw that with him.
We've already seen the Politico hit piece on DeSantis back in May or June. I mean, the mainstream media and the left, they portray conservatives to be the lowest form of life on the planet, which is really embarrassing. But that's the image they try to portray to their voters.
Yeah, and I think, here we are. It's going to get ugly over the next 2 weeks because we're now, 13 days from Iowa,
That's
right?
correct.
So we're, less than 2 weeks here. So this is where the rubber hits the road. It's going to get ugly because now we're down to it. And so Iowa, New Hampshire, I know Christie, for example, is focusing on New Hampshire, but if Nikki Haley, she seems to be closing in on Trump for Iowa, I just think this is when they have to make a move with these two first, Iowa, then New Hampshire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we see people drop out. We see alliances being made. We see what happens there.
Yep.
With Ramaswamy, as you alluded to, he's a young billionaire. He has so much energy. I know that he's young and he's had some gaffes, but in truth, I think he has a very bright, bold future.
Oh, yes.
And, we all got the chance to get to know him and meet him here when he was in Philadelphia. And I just think, for his youth, I mean, he's 38-ish. I mean, he's not even 40 yet.
Mm-hmm.
And to think about his level of confidence taking on everybody. And as well, he's doubled down on his support for Trump.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've got some dates here for you as far as the calendar goes. So Iowa is coming up on January 15th. New Hampshire is on January 23rd. Nevada is holding both a party primary and a state caucus within 2 days of each other, February 6th and February 8th. And then South Carolina's primary is set for February 24th, and Michigan's will take place 3 days later.
Oh, and this all comes before as Joe will be here in Philadelphia on January 6th. As you know, that's going to be their big campaign focus more and more. So speaking of that, let's get to, there's more from MSNBC here. Kornacki expanded on the approval rating of Biden and the lowest NBC poll numbers they've seen in a while. This is cut 5. Go.
How about the Democratic end of things? Joe Biden seems poised to be the Democratic nominee. What kind of year has he had politically? Well, again, he started 2023 coming off those good midterms for Democrats, and his approval rating, 46-50, wasn't that bad, but it's taken a hit this year. And as we start to close out the year, our final NBC poll had him at just 40% approval, 57% disapproval. How does this compare to past presidents entering their re-election year? Here you can see it. Here's the 40 that we have Biden at right now. These are all the final polls heading into the election year, re-election year that NBC conducted. You just see all the recent presidents. Look, Trump got beat in 2020. He was at 44 heading into his re-election year. Bush Sr. got beat in 92. He was at 52 and heading south rapidly there. But you see how that number compares. That's the lowest. That's the lowest in an NBC poll for an incumbent facing a re-election year.
You know, and the other thing, too, is when you look at, you say, well, if we're going to move on from Joe, we're going to go to Kamala. I mean, she's polling right around the same spot. There's actually some conflicting polls. There's one poll out there that Kamala's approval rating is actually a point higher than Joe Biden's, which if you're Joe and you're somehow still awake and you're able to actually read polls at this point in your life, you got to be sitting there and saying, oh, my God, there's actually one poll out there that thinks my Veep is better than I am. That's a sign for a disaster waiting to happen. But, you know, again, with all these polls, whether it's Carnacki or anything I read you from anything that, you know, we print off each day, we've said take them with a grain of salt. And that includes, you know, I got to be fair, that includes the Nikki Haley hypothetical against Joe. And it's just a poll. Could Nikki really beat Joe if that was the matchup? Possibly. Does she win going away like the poll suggests? I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah. I just don't understand. It's crazy to me that he has such low numbers, and it seems like they continue to double down on him. And that's why I think what you said about Trump in the Breitbart interview is interesting to see how that moves forward. So.
It's because they have no other options. What are their options? I mean, like you could say what you want about either party, but the Republicans have a much deeper bench. It's so interesting that the Republicans are the ones that are labeled X, Y, and Z, yet we have youth, we have diversity, we have female, we have minority, and yet over on the Democrat side, who's your top two options? 81-year-old Joe Biden or the guy that's running a state that everybody can't wait to get out of?
That's why I don't understand why Trump only gets the hate that we see when it comes, because all these people at the you could say the same thing. And like you said, if they go to Gavin Newsom, it's the same problem.
Right.
But moving on, let's go to some of the CNN coverage lately. This will be cut one. They continue to talk about your favorite, Nick Hale, Taylor Swift.
Oh, jeez.
And
can we not start off the new year with something different? Does this have to be on the cut sheet? Do I have to lose my mind? I'm just trying to make it to the finish line.
Greg picked it. I didn't pick it.
And he doesn't come in to play it. The audacity of that guy.
But this is cut one. Phil, CNN expanding on Taylor Swift. Go.
Yeah, what industry has she not touched? I mean, now she's in academia. What about politics? Because as you know, as we all know, Taylor Swift waded into politics. I remember her speaking out against Donald Trump. What do you think she will do this upcoming presidential election year? Do you think she will wade into politics?
So it's so interesting. As you said in the past and in her Netflix documentary, Miss Americana, she did mention President Trump. I think going into this next year, they might wait to see what happens, but she definitely has an impact. She always encourages anyone over the age of 18 to go out and vote. When she spoke out against Senator Marsha Blackburn, we saw in Tennessee more than 100,000 registered voters appeared. So I definitely think she'll be saying in the next year, like, get out, exercise your vote. I'm very curious, and I'm going to be following to see if she does say anything regarding the presidential election.
I'm just thinking, like, can you imagine when she gets married? I mean, it's going to be maybe even bigger than the royal wedding. Maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I'll tell you what, a couple of things. When that wedding happens, whether it's with Travis Kelce or any other
the real Kelce Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let me know when that wedding is, and I'm going on a vacation, and I'm leaving my phone and all of my electronics behind. I don't want to know about it.
Oh, your daughters are going to be live streaming it.
I don't want to hear about it. God help it, if I come back and you play any of it on the cut sheet, I'll walk out of the show. I swear to God. No, but the reality is she does have a very strong political influence. That guy there that was reporting from Nashville said something to the effect of 100,000. I thought I saw something to the effect of 35,000. But the sick part is she could tell these the Swifties out there. I mean, she could say jump off the Ben Franklin and they'll do it.
But did she say vote Democrat? Because
I don't think she said that.
No, she didn't.
But she's very much anti-Republican because she's gone after Marsha Blackburn, who's the one in Tennessee, in Nashville, that's trying to get the Epstein logs released that Dick Durbin keeps blocking. But it's pretty obvious that she's anti-Trump, anti-Republican.
Maybe it's obvious to you, but I don't. I actually think Taylor Swift has been smart as a marketer, as somebody who's a business person. She has not come out and, for example, endorsed, said I'm a Democrat, or she hasn't overtly come out and said any of that, which is wise on her part from a marketing standpoint. But Nick, no matter how much you say, oh, I can't, you cannot escape this. You know why?
I know.
Because you have two little. Yep.
I know.
You have two little daughters.
I know.
They love Taylor Swift. And so there you have the new generation, like your little girls, but then you also have, all the women whose daughters, right, or whose daughters love Taylor Swift. A lot of the moms also love Taylor Swift.
And I can separate, like I've said before, I can always separate politics from performance. I could separate, like I liked Michael Vick as a quarterback. I didn't like the fact that he killed dogs and gambled on them. Like I can I like Michael Jackson's music. I don't like what he was doing outside of music. Like I can always separate that, but it is, and to your point about hurting for her brand, it's not going to hurt her brand because she appeals to 7-year-olds up to, I don't know. I'm going to probably.
It goes high. It goes high up to like 60. I'd say. Yeah.
But I mean, are 45-year-old conservative men consuming Taylor Swift? The answer is probably no.
They're being forced to.
Your daughters are listening.
Well, see, but that's the thing.
That is.
But I would never not let my girls listen to Taylor Swift, or I would never not take them to see a concert or the movie theater for the performance that they did in the movie theater. I just would I don't care for her politics. That's all. But some people.
But this is exactly the problem with politics today, and how all of these politicians try to take advantage of these like cultural and societal phenomenons or pop cultural phenomenons. I mean, look at Pennsylvania is the perfect example. We had a Taylor Swift day that we all voted on because they want some like good PR press. Like it's just.
Well, she's from here. It was on her birthday.
She's from Berks County.
Yeah, there are other famous Pennsylvanians. Yeah. I just think I will just say this. I know that she endorsed some, because she lives in Tennessee now. She moved from PA to Tennessee. Her parents moved when she was a teenager because they knew she was going to be a huge sensation. Yeah. So I know that locally she may know some of these folks.
Well, that's why I moved to Nashville, because I figured I'd be a big sensation as well.
As a singer?
And then I came
back.
Sing
it for us, Nick.
Yeah, but like it's just the whole thing with her is it's the and I get it. She's the biggest act in pop culture, so I get all of that. It's just I get to a fatigue and exhaustion point with so many people and so many things, and this thing is just it's completely taken over the last 3 months of pop culture.
I'm just going to admit, because I've been to a Taylor Swift concert with friends, I'm going to admit this to you, that it's a marriage between the NFL, a famous NFL family, let's say, because you got the Eagles and the Chiefs, right? So two huge, and you have a marriage between that world and intersecting with the pop culture music world.
Oh, I get it.
And I think they're like stinking adorable. I do.
Yeah,
I think it's adorable.
I think they're nauseating.
She's also, what is she, 34?
Yeah.
So this is her, like the time when you think a career woman might think time to settle down. Travis with her is adorable.
And he's coming towards the end of his career.
Right?
He's been around for 11 years.
Yep.
He's the lesser Kelsey. We love Jason, no question about it. But I think it's adorable.
Yeah,
I do.
I think it's sickening.
And it's a distraction.
But I wish them nothing but the best.
Yeah, it's love, and then they'll have their first baby, and
I think it's
nice.
over before Easter.
We'll see about
Could
that.
be.
Maybe we'll get another Taylor breakup album.
Is it love?
Yes.
But this will be cut 2 coming up here. This was the structural racism reports and poor health outcomes that we continue to see in America. This MSNBC and some of their pundits expanded on this report. This is cut 2. Phil, go.
This study, it defines structural racism as the means by which societies perpetuate discrimination through interconnected systems, including housing, education, and unemployment. Can you clarify for our audience how the prevalence of certain factors like inadequate housing and schools and even the quality of nearby medical facilities, they are all indicators of structural racism, which can then negatively affect these actual health outcomes?
Yeah, thank you so much, Charles, for having me. An honor to be on with Dr. Boulware. Thank you for this study. It's so important to informing what policymakers need to do. I think so often we think about health as individual choices that patients make. Excuse me. That patients
Speaking
make.
of health.
And instead, we really need to understand how practices and policies, the legacy of slavery, the legacy of Jim Crow, current day systemic racism impacts the health of our communities. So when we have people who have housing insecurity, who live in food deserts, who live in communities where there's not enough green space for them to walk around or to work out, where they're not able to find gainful employment, where they're not able to have quality education we know that racism is a key driver of what we call the social determinants of health. And what we see in terms of health inequities and health disparities are the downstream outcomes of those. And so I think it's so important for us to connect the dots. The dots that need to be connected are that, individuals are only responsible for about 20% of what makes them healthy. The other 80% are these systemic factors that Dr. Boulware and her colleagues studied in this very, very important research.
So 99% of that was absolute hogwash. Nice of that lady to join via, an empty soup can. That audio just
it's crazy.
It's 2023. You think people could actually sound appropriate when they're on a place like MSNBC of all places? A lot to pick apart there. I'll pick apart one piece of meat from the bone. The concept of you not being able to get in good shape or exercise or work out. Because I think she said there's not enough green grass or a green yard, basically implying that, not everybody has a yard with the fence and the whole bit. You don't need anything more than your body to work out. Have you ever seen anybody in prison go away and all they do is push-ups and sit-ups and they come out of jail and they're in the best shape of their life? So, okay, you don't have the money to go to a gym? Okay. You don't have the money to buy a Peloton? Okay. Your neighborhood's too dangerous, so you can't go for a 2-mile jog in fear of being shot? Okay. Well, then just do push-ups and sit-ups in your bathroom. I mean, stop. The excuse-making and the never-ending victimhood cycle has got to stop, but it will never stop on the left because that's the card they continue to play.
Well,
there's
funny.
Racism in every structure of America, apparently.
Well, it's funny how she points out the food deserts and all these things like that, because most of these democratic cities that run those places and say they're going to fix that and bring the neighborhoods back to their glory and get more grocery stores, more business, they never do it.
No.
So they're calling themselves out when they're doing that.
Well, why do we have food deserts? Why have all the Wawas left Philadelphia? Why have the grocers?
Crime and theft.
And so who's in charge? Right?
Exactly.
Democrats.
Exactly.
That's who we should blame.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, something like this needs to come full circle, and I think that's something Republicans failed to do over and over again with a lot of issues.
The government is racist. The educational system is racist. All the way, every institution in America, it's like, what's the old adage? The knee bone's connected to the hip bone. They try to connect racism to every single thing. We've had stories about how racism affects climate change. These people are psychotic.
Well, yeah, because that's just that's an identity hit piece right there. That's all they want all the time. We'll wrap here. This will be our last clip. I know we talked about Fetterman. There was a ton of Fetterman news over the holiday, but he spoke out with Meet the Press talking about his battle with depression, and if he was totally honest about it, it would be the end of his career. This is Cut 7. Go.
You also took the chance to speak publicly about it. Mm-hmm. How worried were you about sharing, about being honest about what you were really going through?
When that it got released that where I was and where I was going, and it was a big story, and so I had assumed that that would be the end of my career, and I don't know what kind of impact that would have on my family or anything. So I really didn't know what would happen at that point.
Were you scared?
Yeah, I was desolate for the first couple weeks.
I'm continually convinced that they forced him to run. I really don't think he wanted to run.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Of course. Democrats, like I've said, they'll drag you to the finish line as long as you have a pulse, which is why for so long I thought Joe would be the nominee in 2024. You see him in that video there. He's got the black sweatshirt on, the black shorts, the black sneakers.
He's got running shoes.
Legitimately, it looks like he just got off of a treadmill, but we know he doesn't run on the treadmill.
But can I just say something real quick here? Yeah. And that is two things. Number one, he looks like he is doing better in his recovery. He's gained a little weight. He doesn't look as gaunt. So, just to be clear, we're all thankful that he recovered. He's recovering and healing.
He sounded much better the last couple of months.
For sure.
From where he was.
As far as Democrats in Pennsylvania, what's interesting to me is that Connor Lamb, they right before the primary, so they knew he had the stroke. They could have said to him, hey, we've got Connor Lamb. He could easily win the state. Mm-hmm. He's a much more moderate Democrat. And of the two, Fetterman was much more progressive.
Oh, sure.
To me, it tells me a lot about the Democrat Party that they doubled down on a man who they knew had a serious stroke. We were lied to. We were lied to about his condition, quite frankly. We were never even told. But that was serious, as he has come out and said he could have died.
Do you think they look at it from the standpoint of he becomes more electable because he's a victim, so to speak?
Yeah. I think they wanted a progressive. They didn't want a moderate. And
well,
I
that's
think
true, yeah.
that's significant to me, that's where they were going. And then look at Josh Shapiro and the budget battle, and that Shapiro fought for those quietly, the vouchers.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to hand it to him. He released a new video. We get S done, I-95. Shapiro is not a far left progressive. I know some people will argue with me.
No,
but
he's
not.
No.
I've known him for a very long time.
No, he's not.
And so this is the battle that we're seeing in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and look, they chose Fetterman. I think you're accurate in first because first part being they wanted a progressive. But then, too, with him with the stroke, they could sit there and what do the Democrats typically do? They play the victim card. So then they can sit there and say, and they probably had these meetings, look, he's going to come under attack. Oz is going to go after him. The GOP is going to go after him. And we can play the sympathy card.
Well, but now Fetterman's actually moving toward the Shapiro moderate side of things. I felt like he thinks he needs to for his voter base as well.
For the last 6 weeks, Fetterman's been saying a lot of things that actually make sense.
Yeah.
Which is really scary. Like, maybe they did replace him. Maybe they replaced him with a more moderate Democrat. Remember that whole bit? That doesn't look like Fetterman. Is that a cloned double? All right, that will do it for round one of what is on the cut sheet. We have to give away our second wave of tickets, so let's do that right now. Third wave coming up at 9:20. That'll be the prize for the morning mystery movie clip. But right now, if you want a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia, all you have to do is be caller number 12, 855-839-1210, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th, South Philadelphia at the 2300 Arena. For more information and tickets, visit MLW2300.com. Good luck. One more pair at 9:20. Right now, it's 8:30, and it's time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big Three at 8.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, in 90 minutes, Philadelphia's 100th mayor will officially be sworn into office, although technically she privately took the oath of office ahead of the official inaugural today. This is Sherelle Parker, first female, first woman mayor in the city history, in our very old city history. And so this is making national news, Sherelle Parker, and what she faces. Obviously, she has chosen as well Kevin Bethel to be sworn in as police commissioner. So a lot going on in the city of Philadelphia, and we're making national news for this reason. She's promising a safer Philadelphia, and that for many Philadelphians is significant, a better quality of life, and as well creating a structure by which we will improve our economic situation, our schools. When you think about the last murder in Philadelphia, and we exceeded 400, deadliest time in Philadelphia, deadliest summer, well over 400 murders in our great city, but 2 women stabbed, one of them stabbed to death on the last day of 2023. We also have the Battleship New Jersey is going to move. This is a first, in the first time in more than 20 years. We're going to see a move for the Battleship New Jersey as the USS New Jersey, America's biggest, fastest, most decorated battleship, will be towed from the Camden waterfront to the Philadelphia Navy Yard.
Oh.
It's just for maintenance this spring, but I think all of us have some memory, right, of taking your kids, going with your family aboard the Battleship New Jersey.
Yeah.
And so I always, when it's in the headlines, I just think it's important to say it's moving, like I say, for maintenance this spring to the Navy Yard.
We just gave away the fireworks tickets last week on the show for New Year's Eve on the Battleship New Jersey.
Which is, if you've and that was a great giveaway, because if you've never done that, it's such a great experience.
I've never been on it.
Oh, it's such a cool experience.
Okay.
I think in Philadelphia. I mean, that's just it. I was debating with some police officers yesterday morning at the Mummers Parade, because they have the duty. They're on duty for every. I said, what do you think is the best parade? And they said, well, for us, it's the shorter, the mummers go on. You know what I mean? It's 9 a.m. to 5. So it's a very long shift. And then the streets close down at 2 a.m. prior.
Mm-hmm.
But they were talking about the Philadelphia parades. And they said, the most underrated is the 4th of July parade.
Really?
That to them, it's an incredible parade.
Obviously.
Getting better every year. And that was there as far as, because it's actually a great piece to interview the cops because they're at every single one and they're sort of objective observers. They're looking at the safety, they're looking at the fireworks, they're looking at, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
The entirety of the event.
Which one's a shorter day, which one's a longer duration, the whole bit. Yeah.
So I've never thought of it that way from the police officer's standpoint, from somebody who has that tour of duty, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was a pretty fascinating
It
one.
is.
I was going to go with a different story, but since you brought up Taylor Swift, number 3.
Oh, jeez.
I'll bring it up to you. Yes, you officially, if you're a student locally, college students, you can take a class in Swiftonomics. This is at UD. It's a University of Delaware workshop. Here's the name of it.
Swiftonomics, the study of how she rips you off for everything she sells.
I know. The one song she says, bleep the patriarchy. I'm like, you love the patriarchy. Are you kidding me?
Uh-huh. All right, what's it entail?
It's, here's the name of the course. Data Enchanted, Transforming Numbers into Knowledge.
Okay.
It teaches data analytics.
Mhm.
You would actually like this, Nick Kayal.
Yeah, I'm a numbers guy.
You are. So she has there are other Taylor Swift themed courses at Harvard, at Stanford, and then locally it's a U of D workshop.
Well, of course they would be taught at Harvard and Stanford. Where else would you get a Taylor Swift economics course but a left-wing think tank?
Yeah, this is what Claudine Gay did to distract from the bad press.
Did Claudine Gay plagiarize her dissertation on Swiftonomics?
I was trying to look at some, to find some different stories, but I love this one. Now, Swift, remember she's from Pennsylvania, so her dad is actually a blue hen. So I'm not surprised that U of D is one of the places, but it's an 8-part economics workshop at University of Delaware. And so it obviously they're making a pun out of one of her hit songs.
Yeah.
But I will love to hear more about this locally from anybody who takes it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about teaching a local economics course, maybe at Montgomery Community College. We'll teach you how $3.87 a gallon of gas is too much, and $160 for one man at the grocery store every Friday is too much. That'll be how I teach my economics course.
Teach you not to go to radio.
That's correct.
But you think about her; she's what 33, 34.
Yeah,
and she's a billionaire.
Yeah. Makes me feel good about my career trajectory.
Yeah, I know.
They hope that this will get more women, in particular, attract women to their program and get more women interested in economics.
Okay.
Right? Because that traditionally, less than 25% of econ majors are female.
Well, maybe
so
if
trying to...
all the single females out there that typically vote Democrat took a class on economics, they would realize that Bidenomics is a complete load of crap, and they would vote R. That's just me.
That's true. There should be a course on... That's what you should teach, Bidenomics.
Bidenomics.
That'd be fun.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
On this 44-degree day, it feels like it's 26 with a slight wind. This is Kayal and Company Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, we'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour, dry January, and also John Doe 36. Come on down. The details as we continue. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
WPHT WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
This Mayoral Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
One more game. That's one more regular season game, and then the playoffs. The Eagles finish up at the Giants. The Birds came awfully close to blowing a 20-3 halftime lead 2 weeks ago against this team at the Link. Throughout this season, turnovers have been a problem. Fortunately, the Eagles stepped up and actually wrapped up the win with a Keely Ringo interception. With the Eagles, this is Mayoral Reese.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Rich Zeoli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Hey, Riverton, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.841, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Good to have all of you in here as we begin a new year. Hard to believe, election year upon us already. Sooner or later, it will no longer be early. As we get later and later into the year, it's going to be a wild year. If you missed the big take this morning, go back and get that on the free Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature. Watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil with you this morning. Stocker's got the flu. So he says. I personally think he drank too much red wine yesterday and didn't want to come in today. But that's just me. It's just me. I have no way. That's just merely an allegation, allegedly, as they like to say in the industry. 855-839-1210. So speaking of alcohol, we'll get to dry January coming up in a little bit. Also, the stories in America that held America's attention the longest in 2023. We'll get to that. Harry Mays will join us at 9:30 to talk about the Eagles-Cardinals debacle. Also, the winners and losers from news media from 2023. But interesting stuff coming out yesterday, and I'm reading this one from the New York Post. Bill Clinton to be unmasked as John Doe number 36 and identified more than 50 times in a Jeffrey Epstein document dump. Now, two things, and I think Anthony, we touched on this briefly before we broke on the 21st. This is different than the Epstein flight logs, so keep that in mind. And then also, we've talked a lot about Marsha Blackburn, senator from Tennessee, and how she's been trying to really get these flight logs released, and she's been facing pushback from people such as Dick Durbin. But the story goes as follows. Former President Bill Clinton will be identified as John Doe 36 in a trove of court documents related to late pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, which are expected to be released this week. According to a report, Clinton, 77, is mentioned more than 50 times across redacted documents related to a 2015 lawsuit from Epstein accuser Virginia Jeffrey, according to ABC News. Many of the references to Clinton are believed to stem from Jeffrey's attempts to compel the former president to testify against the late sex offender and his former co-conspirator, how do you say her name? Ghislaine?
Ghislaine, I believe.
Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't know.
It's almost like Elaine with a G.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why people got to do this to me. Ghislaine. Good God. Elaine.
She's not from here. She's not American.
I know. Doesn't matter where she's from. I just want my life to be easier pronouncing names. That's all I care about. But other Clinton mentions are expected to be related to attempts from both Maxwell and Jeffrey to make Epstein come clean in 2016 after he repeatedly invoked his Fifth Amendment rights during a deposition in that lawsuit. The documents are not expected to implicate Clinton in any illegal activity. Now, we can all arrive at our own conclusion as to what Mr. Clinton may or may not have done, and we all have our thoughts on that, and that's all great and good, and I tend to believe a lot of you that have those opinions are probably on the accurate side of the story, but I know, Dorenza, you're really into this, and I am too. Like, from a flight log standpoint, I want to know names. I want to know Democrats. I want to know celebrities. I want to know Hollywood A-listers. I want to know Republicans. I don't care what your political affiliation is. I don't care if you're in the entertainment industry, politics, sports, if you're a financial bigwig, a big tech expert, whatever you are. If you were committing these acts against minors, I have no time or tolerance for you, and I want you tossed into a meat grinder. But I would not be surprised if what gets released, a lot of it is redacted, and a lot of it leaves us sitting there saying, maybe it's a nothing burger, but we would like to know the full context of the nothing burger.
I mean, it seems like they're just giving us crumbs.
Well, but Anthony, they're supposed to, right? It's today, the 2nd, because yesterday was New Year's Day. Everything was closed.
Yep.
But we may get, I think there are going to be some names on here that everybody says, whoa. Like, we're talking about Bill Clinton, but I just wonder what names will be on this list that's released today. 160 names. Everybody's going to be going through the list.
Yep.
Like checking your list.
Yeah, and
making the list, checking it twice.
Who the biggest names are.
And there's going to be something really creepy, and there's going to be something on there that's a shocker.
Well, I was a little creeped out by the fact that RFK Jr. admitted that he was in the 90s twice on one of Epstein's planes, although the plane did not go to Epstein Island.
Which they're actually reporting that same thing, saying that both Trump and Clinton, the records do not indicate that they visited the island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and they want to bring in the Trump name. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Trump, something happened. I would love to know what it is back in the day, because Epstein sucked up to powerful people. And that was part of his whole lie, right? And so, did you guys watch any of the documentaries with this?
Yeah.
We did too. And so, but something happened where Trump had a big fallout, and then said, Epstein, you're never at Mar-a-Lago again. Something happened. My little theory is he hit on Ivanka when she was underage, or something sicko like that, because he liked underage girls. And you, Nick, is a dad of daughters. I mean, anybody like looks at your daughter sideways, it's very creepy. And I think your dad, especially for a dad, I think that those instincts, you just want to kill the guy.
Yep.
But something happened there where they were friendly. They weren't friends. Boom, cut it off.
Well, and this all comes as now Tucker Carlson is claiming there's a video circulating of his brother supposedly asking for hospital records and refusing to give the hospital records to Epstein's brother. And now, I mean, there's murmurs that Tucker's going to have his brother on to talk about this week. So this could, I mean, especially after the documents, this could really, if that happens, this could continue to be a top news story.
Yeah, I was thinking too with the Trump front, maybe to your point, your theory, Dawn, of, Epstein, hitting on Ivanka as a minor, or just maybe Trump as a well-connected person. I mean, let's face it, there's probably nobody of note that he doesn't know, or at least has some sort of relationship with or a conversation with. You got to imagine Trump hears things through the grapevine when you're a well-connected person. And when you are Trump, in the 90s or whatever, you're a mainstream media darling, you're an entrepreneur, you've got all this money, and maybe you start to hear the whispers about Epstein. Maybe you just want to distance yourself from him completely and be like, you know what? I don't need to be caught up in any of this. Like, just stay the hell away from me. I got way too much to lose.
Well, but that's why it doesn't matter what you believe in. Everyone's just going to keep saying that they're lying to us until they tell us the truth. Because the problem is, it seems like people from all sides are involved in this.
What have they been hiding? These are sick perverts, pedophiles who wanted young girls.
Yeah.
This is nasty. And so we're going to find out now. And you can bet. I don't know. I'm sure that this crosses partisan lines, right? But it's sick and it's nasty. And good for Marsha Blackburn for being one of the people who fought to expose this and even make it more public. Because how many times have we talked about this? They really tried to put, since he allegedly committed suicide, Ghislaine Maxwell, she goes away for 20 years. All of this it just stems from that civil lawsuit with the young lady who was 17. Thank God she had one picture with Prince Andrew, right? And so she had a civil suit. They shut down all the records. And so who are these powerful individuals, these powerful perverts? Ew.
Yeah. Some of the other details here in the New York Post story, the names of more than 170 people known only as John and Jane Does previously with ties to Epstein are expected to be revealed in the documents after Manhattan federal judge Loretta Preska ruled just before Christmas that they would be unsealed in the new year. Because of the New Year holiday being yesterday, as Dawn, you just said, the documents are expected to be released beginning today, Tuesday, January 2nd. Several people identified in the documents have already had their association with Epstein or his vile sex trafficking ring exposed. Many accusers and alleged victims are expected to be named, along with people who worked for Epstein over the years, were a part of his inner circle, or allegedly participated in his crimes. So maybe there will be some linkage or some carryover, spillover from flight logs to the crimes at that island. And I don't know if it'll specifically say flight logs, but you start to put two and two together and you know who some of the people that have allegedly been involved. There's going to be a lot of people going from A to Z today just based on names that are revealed.
And they have to be careful because now, so in the media, none of us traditionally would ever release the name of, especially an underage girl who was trafficked.
Yep.
And just for anybody who doesn't know the story is that this Ghislaine Maxwell, who grew up in a very wealthy, privileged family in Europe, and she and Epstein, whatever, hooked up somehow, she would go to high schools in certain areas where they were a bit poor areas, let's say, and she would target certain underage girls as young as 12 and 13. Maybe their dad died. Maybe they had problems with parents divorcing, and
they were looking for vulnerable minors.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that's that's the sick piece of it. And she would say, and she had this, British accent, and she was dressed in a, $5,000 suit. And she's like, I work for, wealthy client. He just wants, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to teach you how to do massage therapy, so on and so forth. And then they groom them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really sick.
It is
what they did. It's human trafficking, as and sex trafficking. So the media today will have to be careful to parse through it. So what they're going to look for is the Johns, and the Janes, who are the adults on the list, who are not in any way the young girls who were trafficked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I just think to me, I'm just curious to why Trump doesn't talk about this more. If he is totally, someone who tried to out Epstein and try to get out of that circle and out of his kind of social setting, why isn't he pushing this out? Like, I don't know, if he's this anti-establishment guy, he should be trying to get all this out and talking about it, in my opinion.
But think about it, and ask Nick, you have little girls. So if some pervy guy who you think is a prestigious guy, and that's how he was on the art scene in New York, he was a big deal, okay? And that's why Trump was in New York, met him at parties, thought he was a legit person. And now this person ends up, oh, can I come to Mar-a-Lago? They buddy up to you. You think that this is a businessman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now this individual, that's why, this is my theory. It's just my theory to Anthony's point. But Nick, so this is your business. You're a big businessman. This is a businessman. You're in New York City. Now all of a sudden something happens with your daughter, who's, really the apple of your eye. And boom, you just say, get rid of this guy, hate this guy, he's never allowed on my properties anymore. But why wouldn't you talk about it? Because it involves something with your daughter.
Yeah. Apple of my eye and, the hole of my wallet.
Yeah.
Stop. But you'd kill for your daughters,
of course.
right?
And
as a dad.
And we all know what happens if you go to prison for any of these sex crimes against minors. You are considered dead man walking.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do when you go to prison. The worst thing you could possibly do is commit any crimes against minors sexually, because once they find that out about you, and there's a reason why they put them in special populations and things like that. And there's also a reason why I don't believe for a second that Epstein just hung himself. But basically, the cameras stopped working.
Just stop working.
It's amazing. It's like the Philadelphia airport shooting, where the cameras just stopped working all of a sudden.
Or it's like our studios.
It's like our YouTube channel. The cameras just stopped working. All right,
no sex crimes here.
No, none at all. 855-83.
Nobody's having no.
No, nobody's having. So somebody might be, but it ain't me.
It's not us.
I'll tell you that much.
Whoa.
Yeah. So Nick, when was the last time?
I would refer you to the White House.
855-839-1210. We'll come back. Final hour is underway. Dry January, as well as another big three. Harry Mays at the bottom of the hour. And also, who dominated cable news for the year? We'll look back on 2023. 9 o'clock hour next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store, ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news on the USBC network. What are the key factors that characterizes what it means to be an American? One of those factors is the issue of inclusiveness. The good news is that the majority of Americans embrace the importance of both diversity and inclusiveness. Yet, the value of working hard and treating all people with respect are also the keys that binds us together as a nation.
Is your phone plan messing with your savings plan? Don't get stuck paying for things you don't want. With Verizon, you only pay for what you need. And for a limited time, when you bring your own phones to a Verizon store, you'll get an amazing price on your plan. Plus, you'll save on things you actually love, like the Netflix and Max with Ads bundle. And it's on our award-winning 5G network. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today for an incredible deal. A better plan to save is Verizon. Additional terms and conditions apply.
That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan sectional, new ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa, new mattresses for a new lease on life, new colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi,
I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my new podcast, Search Engine. On Search Engine, we tackle the kinds of questions that keep you up at night. Like, why are drug dealers putting fentanyl in everything? Should we be worried that Elon Musk believes that we're living in a simulation? And, for the love of God, is it actually unsafe to drink the coffee on airplanes? On Search Engine, no question is too big and no question is too small. Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Rich Zeoli.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.902 Kayal and Company. Welcome back in. Fourth and final hour underway here on this Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. Happy New Year to each and every one of you. Hopefully you had a great holiday. Back to work we go. Let's go. Unless you're Greg Stalker and you have the flu and you woke up and you were like, holy crap! And you probably felt like crap, as he will be out for the next couple of days. Although Stalker apparently claimed yesterday that he might work remotely. I don't know if that's like as the suit, as the brand manager with laptop accessibility.
Stop it! Just stop it!
Or is Stalker going to actually like work on the show remotely and just join us via his, remote studio setup?
Okay, I don't want to get the flu.
I agree.
I'm just saying the flu is nasty. So, and he is a toddler.
Yeah.
And little kid, when your kids were little, that age, that's when you get everything.
Yeah, just stay home. We've got it without you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be like COVID again.
Yeah.
It's like back when I first started here.
Yeah.
I was actually playing Greg, but he was here on Zoom every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We were, I think,
Dawn and I were the only ones here.
Right.
And Bill. When Bill was here.
And when you left, so then, Bill, millennial, and then you went to Connecticut, and then, nobody, this building, beautiful new state-of-the-art.
40 people in here, max.
Yeah. Oh, just like it is now, 3 years later.
Yeah.
It was kind of creepy. No, it's Tuesday, Nick.
Yeah, it's true. Everyone's going to be in today.
Salespeople are coming
Everybody's
in.
got to justify their
I said that to my dad yesterday. I was like, oh, you actually got to come in tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go. I just saw your dad in the hallway a couple minutes ago, so there you go.
Here for the sales meeting.
Here he is. 855-839-1210 to jump in. Dawn Stensland's Big Three in about 10 minutes. Our final pair of Major League Wrestling tickets to give away as part of our Morning Mystery Movie Clip prize. That's coming up at 9:20. Harry Mays at 9:30. So it's a new year, right? And everybody's got all these New Year's resolutions. I'm going to shed 15 pounds. I'm going to go join a gym. And then by like Super Bowl Sunday or the first week of February or maybe late in January, everybody's like, you know what? The hell with that resolution. I'm going to skip the gym. I'm going to eat the fast food. I'm going to order that pizza. I'm going to drink out, whatever your resolution might be. It lasts all of 3 to 6 weeks. So I saw the New York Times, and they had an article written, considering dry January, set yourself up for success. Now, of course, the New York Times, in typical New York Times fashion, they have to write the longest dissertation of all time because they just can't do anything in like 500 words or less. So it's a very long-winded, scientific way of going about dry January. They spoke to an assistant professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences from Johns Hopkins, a guy named David Walensky. No relation to Rochelle Walensky, although I think she got her 8th booster over the weekend, so she's got her latest level of protection against the COVID-19 virus. But they go on to talk about all the different ways that you can achieve dry January success, from telling people about your plan to identifying what your triggers are, And we're not talking about the typical triggers of a liberal on TikTok, which means, identifying somebody or using the improper pronouns, but whatever causes stress in your life that might cause you to go back and have a drink, finding those friction points and making a plan for self-care. So I am here to tell you at 9:06 this morning here on Kayal and Company that I will be partaking in dry January.
Oh.
And we can, now look, it's got to be the honor system, because I could be flat out lying to you guys and having a cocktail or 3 every single day, and you never would know. But I am going dry, not only for the month of January. I am going to try to go as long as I possibly can for 2024. Whether that gets me to Easter or St. Patty's Day. Actually, St. Patty's Day would be before Easter. So St. Patrick's Day in March. Is Easter in April or March this year?
It's April.
It's April. Okay.
Yeah.
Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May. I am going to try to go as far as I humanly possibly can go. And that means no alcohol when I go out for dinner, no alcohol at a sporting event, no alcohol at a friend's house for a Super Bowl party, no alcohol in my own apartment. I am going to go completely sober for as long as I can.
Even with these teams as bad as they are for you?
Even with the Eagles not being able to beat the Cardinals, even with my college football team, Alabama, losing to Michigan, I will not have a drink for as long as humanly possible, because I'm trying to lose a solid 15 pounds.
Easter is March 31st, by the way. So you got some time.
March 31st?
Yeah.
That's 90 days, basically? Well, that's going to be tough. I might have to walk this one back. So this is
well,
gonna be a
you
tough
started
one.
with saying January, but then you said after January you're going to try to go as long as you can.
Well, here's the deal. Right? It's too expensive. It's not good for me.
Yeah.
I've got a history in my family of people that like to drink. My dad was diabetic, so I've got that running in my family. Now, I exercise, work out, so diabetes is not really a threat to me per se, but it does run in my family.
Type 2?
Type 2, correct.
Yeah.
So all of that stuff, and, I'm just like, you know what? And it's not like I drink too much or anything like that, although some would try to argue that point. It's just like, it's like the coffee revelation I had with Starbucks. Like, I'm not spending $6 every day for a cup of coffee.
Did you do that?
When I was doing a different time slot, I would get coffee every day. And then I realized it's like $38 a week. Times that by 4, times that by 12. You're like, oh my God, that's.
Well, then the $12 can doesn't seem so bad or whatever.
Correct.
Yeah.
So now I typically only get Starbucks or a coffee drive-through on the weekend. And I've even scaled that back to just buying the cold brew that I like and drinking it from my house. So I'm going to do the same thing with alcohol, because I'm done spending $25, $30, $35 every 2 weeks, whatever it might be, and I'm just adding up the math in this Bidenomics world. So there's many reasons why I'm doing this, but we should probably all take bets. And again, honor system in play for me here, because if I break it, I got to tell you, because there's no way you would know if I was doing it unless I came in here hungover, which I never would do. No. How far do you guys think I can go? Can I? So you got January, we've got St. Patty's, we've got Easter, and we've got Cinco de Mayo. How far can I go? I'm getting texts, by the way, from a lot of people right now saying they love this plan, and I'm also full of crap.
I think you can make it to Valentine's Day or St. Patty's Day. So I'd probably Valentine's Day, because you'll be itching by then, and you're going to go out to probably a dinner or make dinner at least.
And that's what, 6 weeks from now?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Well, and that'll probably be a thing for you, especially because they don't live here yet still.
No.
So, yeah.
Right. So we can take bets on that. We can do a poll question if you want to throw it up on the YouTube chat or on Twitter. How far can Kayal go for dry January? Can I even make it out of the month of January?
I think that you'll keep your promise of January, because you said that. Like, I want to do the dry January thing.
Yeah.
I think February... When is the Super Bowl? When is I'm thinking of what sporting events will kind of tick you off.
Yeah, it's like the first weekend of February.
The Super Bowl is a trigger, but then when football season comes to an end and there's not a damn thing to watch on television,
That's
and
when
it's
you'll
dark
have
at 5 o'clock, you're like, I'm pouring a cocktail before Jesse and the Judge come on at 5 o'clock. Let me sit down with a cocktail to watch Gutfeld. So let's see if I can do it. I think I can. And the point of the article from the New York Times was all the different steps. And like, I get it. Some people might have a real addiction or a real problem. But all this scientific, somebody that just enjoys a drink socially, you shouldn't need any of that. It's just sheer willpower. Like if you're tired of seeing that a little bit of flab on your stomach, like if you cut out alcohol, if you scale back on sugars, if you cut out the carbs, like that's my biggest problem. Between alcohol, sugar, and cheat day pizza Friday, whatever I lose Monday through Friday by eating clean and working out,
exactly.
I just give it all back. That's the biggest problem. So
I just
think
work
can
out
do
to eat pizza and drink beer.
Yeah. So there you go. We'll see if I can pull it off.
But the 31-day challenge for dry January, doctors and scientists have looked at it. It's significant.
It's a good reset.
It is.
Joe in Delco says you can't make it to Martin Luther King Day.
Oh, boy.
Mid-January.
Mid-January.
Ouch.
If I was Nikki Haley, I would say, when's Martin Luther King Day? But I'm not Nikki Haley.
And then you'd ask the person in the crowd what they think of Martin Luther King Day.
There you go. All right, we'll see if I can pull that off. I'll keep everybody updated. But the last one was, yesterday was Monday, New Year's Day. Saturday the 30th was my my last cocktail.
Didn't you do this last year as well? Did you do dry January? I feel like you
I
talked
think
about it.
It might have lasted like 2 days or something. I just probably had to wait till my paycheck cleared or something. So there you go. 855-839-1210. Speaking of Fox and pouring a cocktail and watching the five, as I like to do each night, that ticks off Greg Stocker, and that's half the battle, doing it to tick off Stocker. So let's take a look real quickly here at how the news networks finished up 2023. Because as you remember, everybody said they were boycotting Fox News after Tucker Carlson left the network. Well, there was a Tucker Carlson impact, but it still did not stop Fox from being number one as they closed out the year on top again, extending it for the 8th consecutive year. The network scored the top 6 shows in the cable news industry, with the 5 becoming the first non-primetime show to land at number 1 in all of the key demos. MSNBC was the only network to grow year over year in total viewers, and they finished in second place. And CNN had its lowest total viewership, excuse me, since 2014. So that is almost a decade low for CNN. Interestingly enough, I find this to be interesting anyway, MSNBC had its lowest rated year in the main demo since 1999, but they also have the oldest audience of the big 3 cable networks, which I find to be a little interesting because all we hear is conservatives, old, Fox News. MSNBC, their average viewer is 70 years old, whereas Fox is 69 years old. CNN is 67, which maybe says a lot about my life because I'm half that age and I watch it probably as much as anybody. But then, in regards to the Tucker Carlson impact, remember, they moved Jesse Waters into that spot, and it's now Laura Ingraham at 7, Jesse Waters at 8, Hannity stayed at 9, and they moved Gutfeld down from 11 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Fox collectively saw an 18% drop in year-over-year total viewers. It was actually Fox's lowest rated year, even though they were still number 1, since 2015. And the 5 was the highest rated show as it brought in 2.9 million total viewers in the main demo. Jesse Waters came in second with 2.5 million viewers, Hannity with 2.4, and then Brett Baer, Laura Ingraham, and Greg Gutfeld round out the top 6, which were the top 6 rated shows on all of cable news. So if I'm Jesse Waters, my takeaway from that is, okay, I had a tough thing to fill. I had to step in the Tucker Carlson slot. And yeah, the numbers were down from where Tucker was. But now I've got the 2 highest rated shows on Fox News, 5 o'clock with an ensemble cast, and then at 8 o'clock in prime time in a solo setting. If I'm Jesse Waters, I'm reaching out to the agent today and saying, hey, rework some of these deals here. A little bump here. And doing a little double duty, number 1 and number 2, if I'm the Philadelphia guy, Jesse Waters. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But yes, the Tucker Carlson thing did have an impact. Fox down 18% year over year, their lowest numbers since 2015. Unlike this show, because Kayal and Company had another successful fall book. A little birdie got into my ear a few days ago. So a big thank you to this audience and everybody on this show for making it as successful as it has been. So we appreciate all of that. All right. Dawn, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say yes. Congratulations and thank you. I mean, I know yesterday, just judging from people coming up from all walks of life at the Mummers Parade, just saying, hey, love you guys in the morning. And it's just nice to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So we're grateful for that.
Yeah, and we had a good time too at the police outing a couple of weeks ago, where we had people coming up to us saying a bunch of nice stuff. So always nice when you get to see people and put some names to faces, or some voices to a Twitter account or something like that. So very, very cool. All right, we've got the morning mystery movie clip in about 4 or 5 minutes, but right now let's get to a Dawn Stenzel in Big 3 at 9:16.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9 this Tuesday, January 2nd. We're still in the 30s this morning, and it feels like it's about 29 degrees outside. So this morning, as we look at Kayal and Company Big 3, let's talk about it, as we're going to hear about more charges against that so-called elusive killer of the Fairmount Park rapist. And I know that you had talked about this, Nick, when I was gone, but this was a huge story back in the day that women, and I had covered this at the time. This sent terror through the city, and for women who wouldn't go to a park, wouldn't go jogging, the Fairmount Park rapist, and killed one young woman, Rebecca Parks, and her family wanting justice. But for those police detectives, I think it's important in the new year to talk about a break in this case. Mm-hmm. And it's thanks to technology. And I know in Philadelphia, as far as the crime lab, and it's critical here because we don't talk about this enough, that our crime lab, the technology, has been bolstered. And to me, this is critical for us to, and also it's a morale booster, if you will, for these hardworking detectives. On a case like this, it haunts them. We all know that.
No doubt.
They tell us that every time, we talk to them. So in this one, this guy has eluded police now for decades. And now they feel like they've got their guy, thanks to, even though he's raped, he's killed further women over the years, went dark for a time, but remained here in Philadelphia. So in one sense, it's creepy. In the other sense, however, it's a true victory for technology, for the Philadelphia Police Department, right? For our detectives to say, yes, they've got their guy, the so-called Fairmount Park rapist, behind bars, expected, and they're still looking through to see if he is, in fact, responsible for other sex assaults.
Good.
So he'll be taken through the process and obviously accused of murder in a couple of cases. Back in the day, starting in 2003.
God.
It's horrible.
Think about how old we're getting. We're saying 2003 back in the day.
I know, right? We do have, as far as this morning, TikTok, less than 40 minutes away from huge ceremonies to kick off in Philadelphia at the Met in Broad Street. So I bring this up on Broad Street. I will say this as well, because you want to think about traffic shutdowns. This affects traffic. There will be a lot of activity going on at the Met in Philadelphia, 10 o'clock this morning. And then the new mayor, the 100th mayor, Sherelle Parker, she's expected to speak about 10 minutes before noon. So all of this, there will be huge media coverage. This is making national news, as I say. And as well, Kevin Bethel will be sworn in as Philadelphia's new police commissioner. And that's happening in Kensington, 1 p.m. And the newly, officially crowned, if you will, or voted, elected Mayor Parker, she's scheduled to attend the 1 p.m. event in Kensington at Russell Conwell Middle School. So we'll have a new commissioner, we'll have a new mayor, and then as well, we'll have, all of her team, as she has said. And did you notice she actually called her team the Big Three?
No.
Yes.
That's copyright infringement on Kayal and Company.
I thought that was...
Look at that.
Right? I thought that was kind of funny. Saying, "I've got my big 3."
Did she do this at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock? Because then we really have her nailed.
Next time Dom has her on, we got to ask
Right.
her. Yeah,
So
right.
say, did you get your idea from us? But there is a lot of hope and a lot of prayers. There are people who yesterday and day before even church services dedicated to praying for the leadership of Philadelphia to turn things around. As we think about the crime, the escalating crime, the carjackings, business shutdowns, post-pandemic, I mean, we've been through it.
Shootings, murders.
Oh my gosh! And the last murder, I will say, of 2023, the last murder, a young woman stabbed to death on New Year's Eve. Mm-hmm. And so in that one, they're still investigating it. But I just wanted to bring that forward.
And we eclipsed 400, right?
Yeah, well over 400. Tragically, we knew that was going to happen about mid-December, but and then remember, there's that column where they haven't officially said whether something's a homicide or not.
So the number's probably underreported.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's definitely going on.
Well, and then a lot of them are unsolved as well, and that's another problem.
Yeah, this is true. Since you mentioned health, and I was trying to look up all the different health information, the CDC issuing these new warnings, talking about, yes, a rise in flu cases, a rise in especially RSV cases. Those strike young kids and the elderly, and then even COVID cases. But mostly it's the flu and a nasty stomach flu.
Ooh.
So
right.
I didn't ask Greg. We didn't ask Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
Who we feel for. If it's a stomach bug, that's
Yeah.
the worst.
Yeah. Poor guy.
So, Greg, we love you. We feel for you. Please don't come back to work.
I don't know.
We don't want to get this.
I think the CDC's setting us up. It might be mask season, folks. Get ready. I think they just came back in a few settings in California again. I saw that story over the weekend.
I just don't think a mask helps certain illnesses. If somebody has a stomach flu or any flu bug or RSV or COVID, nowadays we're equipped. Like you said with Greg Stocker, he was communicating back and forth, sick as a dog.
Planted that seed early yesterday.
Yeah, and still, was doing his cut sheet and, doing all that stuff. So I just think we've got this nowadays. You can zoom it in. It's not like phoning it in.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Even when you start to recover.
That was my reaction yesterday.
I know, but just stay. They say if you've had a fever, wait at least 24 hours.
Yeah.
But keep taking that temperature.
It's like, I've been saying this for years. If you don't feel good, stay home.
Well, I think that in society we have the two extremes where we have the workaholic that needs to go just because they think they're not that sick, or you have the person who's so ready and willing to call out on the drop of a dime.
You have our sales reps that want to work remotely for the rest of their lives, and then you have Dom. Dom would come in here with the bubonic plague to do a show.
It's true. It's so
but Dom has a lot of times he's zoomed and broadcast from home when he was not feeling well or during the pandemic. Absolutely.
Okay.
And so he wasn't here, and so that's the point. You never would know it. People, depending on where you work, you don't have to miss a beat. And I think, Anthony, to your point about the culture has changed.
Yeah.
You're no longer viewed as a trooper or a saint when you come into work sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're like a threat to the office at that
You're
point.
a threat to democracy and a threat to other people's health. You're going to kill my grandma. Stay home, you tyrant.
Number 3, I'll just say, since Nick talked about, Nick Kayal has vowed he is going to do dry January, which millions of Americans do every January, and maybe beyond, but at least dry January. So all of these medical researchers say that it enables better sleep, you have more energy, it improves your mental health, your concentration, gives you brighter skin, saves you money, and provides an amazing sense of achievement.
Yeah.
So, and you lose weight.
There you go. That's why I'm doing it.
The average person loses up to 10 pounds.
Yep. The key to kind of simulate the cocktail experience, just a nice little club soda with a lime wedge.
Yeah, mocktail.
A mocktail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No vodka.
No vodka.
No Tito's.
Just club soda.
On that note, that's the big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:25, time to give away our final pair of Major League Wrestling tickets with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Check out this thing. It's a GPS in my phone now. Look at that thing.
Kid, let me see. That's cool. Look at that.
What are you? Hey, numbnuts, what'd you do that for?
For the good of the trip. You don't need a GPS to discover America. You need a bike and you need the road, okay? Freedom. And if we have an emergency, I got a cell phone.
Oh, you don't.
What? Hey, why'd you do that? I got all my data in there.
Well, how does that feel, Woody?
Feels good. Woo! It's my prerogative. No cell phone.
Wait a minute. Let's
come on.
Doug, he's right. No, wait.
Woo!
Yeah.
Think you know what it is? Be calling 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today's prize, final pair of tickets for today to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. I'm not sure if that's the old ECW Arena or not, but a pair of tickets, Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. If you are caller 12 and you can identify that movie clip at 855-839-1210. For more info and tickets, visit MLW2300.com. Our winner, as well as Harry Mays, next on Kayal and Company.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, go to forthepeople.com to see cases just like yours. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention credit card holders. If you owe at least $10,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, you may qualify to have your debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. With high interest rates and credit card debt in America at all-time highs, consumer debt relief has never been available at a better time. A consumer helpline has been established by Debt Boss for you to call and see what savings you may qualify for. Call 800-355-6235. Experienced and certified debt specialists are standing by who will negotiate with your creditors to get you maximum savings and one reduced monthly payment. You don't have to take out a consolidation loan or declare bankruptcy. You have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. To see what savings you qualify for, simply go to debtboss.com or call the helpline now at 800-355-6235. 800-355-6235. That's 800-355-6235.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/stay covered.
Dom Giordano.
Hey, Paul, good afternoon.
You crying about inflation. When was the last time minimum wage has been raised to catch up with inflation?
You're perfectly fine. Do you and your wife both do the shopping together? You're perfectly fine with what things cost because they're not going to go down anytime soon.
Unless you have coupons. It's not rocket science, Don.
Oh, it is. So how about the blueberries? So I should just ration the amount of blueberries I eat each week, right?
Count them up.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
(9:32) Kayal and Company as we continue live here on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I just mentioned last segment we're talking about Dawn's one of her elements from the big three about the CDC and what's going on with the cold, the flu, the RSV. And I said Dom comes in and works if he has the bubonic plague. And then Lorenzo says Dom's off today because Dom's out sick. So Mike Opelka will take over after Dawn, and Opelka will be in for Dom from noon to 3. So I guess it's going around. Dawn will get it. I'll get it. Zioli will get it. It'll be just like the last 10 days. There you go. All right, Gavin is in Cherry Hill. I don't think this is Gavin Newsom, but I do believe Gavin has identified the movie clip and has won the prize this morning. Gavin, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you?
That's Wild Hogs.
That is correct, sir. Congratulations. You got yourself the tickets for a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. Thanks for playing, man, and we appreciate you listening.
Thanks. Not to be confused with Gavin Newsom. He's terrible.
Exactly right. And Gavin is not. The good work out of Gavin in Cherry Hill. Put him back on hold. And now we try to make sense of another disaster. We try to figure out what's wrong with California all the time, but we haven't been able to get to the bottom of it because Gavin Newsom's an unmitigated disaster, just like the Philadelphia Eagles are. As we welcome in our buddy, our pal, you heard him on with Tony Bruno last week, filling in here on Kayal and Company. The great Harry Mays back again here on a Tuesday morning. Harry, good morning. How are you?
Well, good morning, everybody. And I'm here to declare that I am officially the mush on the Philadelphia Eagles. I think they've been, lost 4 out of 5 games since I started coming on this show.
Yes, it's all your fault. You know, we'll spare Sirianni. We won't blame Brian Johnson. We won't blame Matt Patricia or anybody else. This is all on Harry Mays.
I own this.
Okay. Well, that's
and I am been referred to many times in many different parts of the country as a threat to democracy. And I do not participate, nor do I condone dry January.
Okay, so you're not on board with me.
Absolutely not. And there's no shot that you survive this. There's no chance.
You're probably right.
How can any Eagles fan at this point participate in dry January
That's
after
a good
watching
point.
that dreck?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm picking a hell of a time to kind of clean up my life when the football teams are falling apart.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Dry January just sets guys like us up for failure anyway. So you immediately sit there and say, you know what, I'm going to give up drinking for the month. I'm going to feel good about myself. I'm going to improve my health. I'm going to sleep better and all that good stuff. And then you're watching football, and the next thing you know, you got 3 cocktails in you, and it's the third quarter, and then you feel like a loser.
Yes,
because you failed.
Yes. And
that's what's going to happen to you.
I know. I'm destined for failure. Let's try to make sense of what we saw a few days ago. Eagles-Cardinals, a 3-win team at the time, comes in here as a 12-point underdog. And you just saw the Cowboys the night before struggle to get a victory. They beat Detroit by a point. You're thinking, oh, you're going to take care of Kyler Murray and the lowly Cardinals. And then you have what I would say might be the most inexcusable loss of the Nick Sirianni era. What the hell happened?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, you're up 21-6 at halftime to a 3-win team, as you mentioned, and they got absolutely emasculated in the second half and totally dominated by a 3-win team that just ran the football for over 200-plus yards. I mean, Connor looked like O.J. Simpson circa 1973. You're running through the Philadelphia Eagles defense. They dominated the time of possession 2-1. They had 32 first downs. Think about that. You don't even see that in college football.
Right.
I mean, their front four, which we all thought coming into the season was sort of the hallmark of this Eagles defense. We knew they had some issues on the back end, but you thought that, this front four, was going to be, one of the best in the league. They got manhandled in that second half. And I mean, every time I looked up, the Cardinals had the ball and we're just ripping off, 6, 7, 8 yards a clip on the ground. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to tell you that Jalen Hurts would complete 78% of his passes and throw for 3 touchdowns against the Cardinals, you would have probably assumed that the Eagles won by double digits, and that was not the case. And to your point, Jalen Hurts was efficient for the most part, but he was never on the field. I mean, Arizona controlled the tempo and the style of play pretty much that entire second half. I hate to be the guy that says it's over, but right now, Harry, they're going to be, if the standings and the playoff picture stays true with 1 week to go, they'll be the 5 seed. They'll go to Tampa Bay to play the Buccaneers, who win their division. I said 2 weeks ago with you, I could see them winning that game and then losing in the divisional round. At this point, I don't know that they'll go into Tampa Bay and beat Baker Mayfield.
Well, you're exactly like the rest of the fan base, because I put that out on Twitter, or X, as they say, after the game, where I thought that, the Eagles could still go on the road and beat Baker Mayfield, because Baker stinks. Okay, I know he's having a renaissance year. He still stinks. All right, in a big spot, you can't rely on him. And I still would think the Eagles could win that game. But the replies that I got, I mean, 9 out of 10 were all like, "You're crazy, Harry. They're one and done. They are done." Some people think they're going to lose to the Giants next week in the Meadowlands. And I think, what are they, a 6.5 point favorite?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the confidence is totally drained from the fan base. And I can't blame them. But I still believe that they are a better team than Tampa at this point. They're not playing that way right now, but I still think that they could win that. They'd win that game, and then they'd get smoked the next week.
Yeah, you're looking at it for this week. It's the final week of the regular season, week 18. The Eagles are at the Giants. The Eagles are about a 5.5 or a 6-point favorite, and the Cowboys are at the Commanders. The Cowboys are a 13-point favorite at Washington. The only hope for the Eagles to win the division is they need to beat the Giants at 4:30, the same time the Cowboys and Commanders are playing, and the Eagles fans need to root for the Commanders to beat Dallas, which I don't see happening.
That's not happening.
So the division, the division is out of reach at this point. You would agree with that?
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. Dallas isn't losing that game. I think the Eagles win, but there's no way Dallas loses that game.
So last one on the Eagles front, and then we'll try to make sense of what we saw yesterday in that college football playoff doubleheader. What is, I mean, we've seen Matt Patricia elevated to D.C. They sent the defensive coordinator up to the box. Brian Johnson is, still technically calling the plays. A.J. Brown is not happy. I mean, there's no way the Eagles will just stand pat if this season unwinds and unravels before our very eyes without making any sort of change. Is it firing the offensive coordinator? I mean, is this on Howie Roseman? Because we know we're going to play the blame game all the way up until the NFL draft. So how do you dish out and allocate the blame here?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, some of it is on Howie Roseman, obviously, because he assembled, this roster. And there's, in that defense, those but they never addressed the linebacker position properly in this organization. It's an organizational flaw, if you will. And it dates back, it predates Jeffrey Lurie by decades. I mean, this has been going on since, the late 70s, early 80s. It's just something that they just don't care about. And I think both coordinators will probably be gone, I would imagine. Sirianni will still be here, although, Jeffrey Lurie is very unpredictable. I mean, he can make a move. It wouldn't shock me, but I still think Sirianni will survive, but the coordinators will probably be be given their walking papers.
Harry Mays joining us. Final thoughts. I want to get your impressions from yesterday as two blue states by the states of Michigan and Washington knock off the two red states in the college football playoff semifinals as Michigan beat Alabama and Washington defeated the Texas Longhorns. I'll start with the Alabama-Michigan game. I didn't think I could be more nauseated after watching an Eagles game with a quarterback by the name of Jalen until Alabama rolled out a quarterback named Jalen and had a terrible final play in overtime. But that's a major win for Jim Harbaugh to finally get over the hump.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, when could you say that an Alabama team coached by Nick Saban did not control the line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
I mean, they got manhandled. I mean, they could not protect. There were 10 tackles for loss. I mean, Jalen Milroe was running for his life the entire game. I mean, they got a little bit better in the second half, but he got sacked 6 times, constantly under pressure. They could never get anything going down the field. And, and then when they get a drive going in the second half, that stupid fat center can't execute a snap 2 plays in a row. I mean, his scholarship would be revoked before we hit the airport to come back home. I mean, that was a disgrace. But yeah, I mean, but the game went to overtime. You had 2 highly competitive games, a program and career-defining win for Jim Harbaugh, and now he's a 4.5-point favorite in the national championship game coming up next Monday, where you will be drinking cocktails.
Yeah, I might have to if I have to sit through any more bad football games. So you mentioned the 4.5-point favorite. They'll be favored over the Washington Huskies, led by a very, very talented quarterback in Michael Penix. They're undefeated, and they've been slighted pretty much all year. I told you yesterday I had a bad feeling that they were going to beat Texas. I was on the wrong side of that. I bet on Texas,
me
of
too.
course. So your thoughts on that victory as they beat Texas 37-31?
Well, yeah, I mean, Texas had a chance at the end. That was a track meet. I mean, it was kind of the opposite of the first game, but both games were great. 1,000+ yards of offense in that game by those teams. They had the chance at the end. Penix, you mentioned, was sensational. They've got 3 NFL receivers on that team. I think Penix is a really interesting prospect and will be taken, probably in the first 5 to 10 picks, most likely, in the NFL draft. But they're a very entertaining team, and I've been slighting them too. I didn't think they beat Oregon in that Pac-12 championship game, and they did. They beat Oregon twice this year. Now they've rolled up Texas. And they're getting 4.5 against Michigan. I think I'm going to take them.
Okay, there you go. Harry Mays already giving out a winner in advance. Washington plus the 4.5. By the way,
I was 0 for 2 yesterday.
Yeah, I was 0 for the weekend pretty much.
Yeah.
Everything go okay? You and Bruno and Robin last week. I heard it was a pretty darn good show.
Oh yeah, it was a smooth operation. I mean, Dorenza was fantastic at the wheels of steel, producing the whole affair, and it was great, man. I just hope that Greg Stocker feels better, because I know what he's going through. I don't know if he's got the stomach bug, but I've got the flu as well. My wife gave me the flu for the second time in 6 weeks.
Oh my God.
That's outrageous.
God.
Twice in 6 weeks?
Twice in 6 weeks.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh boy. All right, there he is, Harry Mays, fighting through a radio appearance with the flu for the second time
Have a great
in
week.
6 weeks. All right, there he is, Harry Mays with us. Good stuff as always. Tony Bruno will join us tomorrow, as he does each and every Wednesday, and Bruno will stop by coming up around 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up with a clip or two for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. We'll find out who else is out sick today for the rest of the lineup. And then we'll get to who on Twitter and YouTube today. It's Kayal and Company. We put a bow on a first Tuesday of 2024, and we do it next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zioli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
We do all we can to ensure our kids are happy, healthy, safe, and strong. Having high-quality, low-cost health insurance helps make that possible. With CHIP, your child can have medical, dental, eye care, and more for free or low cost. Whether you're self-employed, unemployed, or your employer benefits are just too expensive, CHIP is there for you to help your child be strong. CHIP Strong. Apply or renew today at 800-986-KIDS or go to chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Rich Zeoli. I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. And you're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Hey, Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:48. Almost said 6:48. Talk about the rewind feature. Went back to hour one there for a moment. Good to have everybody in here on this Tuesday. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter and YouTube today, coming up in just a couple of moments. We'll get to the cut sheet in a moment as well. I've got Fox News on Dana Perino and Bill Hemmer, their show. Apparently, Harvard President Claudine Gay is now facing new plagiarism accusations. I mean, she's the George Santos of Harvard University. I think everything about her is a complete fabrication and a lie.
And yet she survives.
And she survives. And she probably will continue to do so. So, Leo Terrell's losing his mind. I love Leo Terrell, by the way. Totally underrated contributor. All right, but 9:49, let's get to a late but better than never edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet? Part 2.
What is on the cut sheet part due here? This will be cut 10, Phil. I know you talked a lot about the Civil War comment from Nikki Haley, and obviously she's been trying to get that right since last week when all of that kind of fell out. This was over the weekend. She was on with Fox News and Cavuto, and she tried to correct how she phrased all of that. This is cut 10. Go.
Done 150 town halls, more than that now, and we shake every hand, we answer every question, and I stay until the last person leaves. And we take questions from everybody, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, whoever shows up. We don't screen them, we let them ask whatever they want. And we had a question there, and yes, of course, the first thing I should have said was slavery. I completely agree with that. When you grow up in the South, slavery is a given. Like when you think of the Civil War, you know it was about slavery. That's not, that's never been in question. And, you look at the fact, I'm a Southern governor who actually asked and got the Confederate flag to come down in front of the State House. So slavery, if you grow up in South Carolina, you know that that's a huge part of history, but you take it for the lesson that it is, which is, yes, that's a stain on our history, but where do we go with it from here? And that is, what is the role of government?
Right.
And what rights do individuals have, and what freedoms do they have? And we want to always fight for freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom for a person to do anything they want to do without government or another person getting in their way. That was if you went on and heard the rest of the explanation, that's what I was trying to say. But yes, I should have said slavery right away.
Okay. I think she owned it there pretty well. I don't really have any complaints with what she said there. And, hopefully you're able to move on from it. But, in this day and age of slip-ups and sound bites, people like to let things, live on forever because the internet's forever. But I'm not going to kill her for the rest of her career. Some people might, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, and I think she's going to have to continue to address this until it's not a problem anymore. People forget quickly with our news cycle, so we'll see if this really does kind of hold her back.
Yeah.
We'll fit one more in here quickly.
Okay.
We have cut 6 we'll go to. This was the national security imperative that broke down with Lieutenant Bree talking on the MPW Fortune Forum. This is cut 6. Phil, go ahead.
So, inclusion is a national security imperative. We fight today, and we are going to fight in the future using brain power. And if that brain, who's going to revolutionize the way we fight in space, we fight in cyber, just happens to be in a trans body, you should want them all serving alongside me. And for your organizations, it's the same way. Those perspectives that we get from a diverse set of individuals, it's been talked about on stage a lot regarding the science behind high-performing teams. We need those perspectives. But it's inclusion that actually drives that. Because you can bring people in, and if they don't feel safe to speak up, if they don't feel safe to bring their full selves to work, you're not going to get the value of the diversity. So for us, it is absolutely critical to drive our future success as an organization and potentially on the battlefield. And I think it's the same way for all of you, because we can't leave that talent that is going to revolutionize the way we do business behind.
Okay, so diversity and inclusion is now a threat to national security as well. Your actual well-being within the parameters of the United States depends on diversity and inclusion. So says that I guess a guy that's now
Lieutenant Colleen Bree.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just leave it there.
When a lieutenant's speaking out like that, it's
Isn't it
crazy.
Amazing how this administration and this movement can tie diversity, equity, and inclusion into every single compartment of life, as well as how racism is attached to every institution or structure in American way of life. Like they just link everything together in this weird, obsessive way that I think the average common person looks at it and says, "You guys are crazy." So there you go.
I think they play to those people that want to be crazy. That's the problem.
You know who that reminded me of? Who's the other one that was? Oh God, what's her name? Oh God, who's the other one in the military that is a female or used to be a man?
Dr. Rachel Levine.
Yeah, it looks like Dr. Rachel Levine's like doppelganger in that video. By the way. I can't do it. I can't do another year of this, but I guess we will. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet as we find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show just 7 minutes out.
Yeah, so I'll review some of my favorite memories of hosting the Mummers Day Parade. We'll tell you about the winners and how you can still vote for your fan favorites. So all of that's coming up. And of course, at 10 o'clock, major festivities get underway in Philadelphia with the swearing in of the new mayor. So we'll have all of that coverage. We have a great show lined up and give you, my big takes as far as the year in the past, moving forward. And there's so much breaking between 10 and noon. So we got it all covered.
All right. The Dawn Show coming up at the top of the hour as we wrap up a Tuesday, which feels like a Monday with Who on Twitter and YouTube today.
Who Won Twitter?
Who Won Twitter? Eric the Red today, tagging all of us and saying, so Dawn is in to start at 6 a.m. after pulling an all-day shift, emceeing the Mummers with Larry, and Stalker's out with the sniffles, boo-hoo.
I know.
This is radio, people!
Yeah, come on. What are we doing, Craig? But then Who Won YouTube here? We have 91 LSXers saying, Nick, won't you drink on Juneteenth? So I think that's a bit longer than what most people
Dude, if I made it to June, that would be a
6 months.
miracle.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I'll be 170 pounds if that happens.
But how much money would you save?
That's the
It's true.
I'm going to have to do that math when I get home later today. All right, that will do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. And we will be back tomorrow morning at 6, as Corinne Jean-Pierre would say, after she says a whole bunch of nothing.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you.